AutoSave requires a Chase checking and savings account. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced him. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover.
Say it again.
Time for crossover.
Someone mutes my headphone jack like once a week button? For some reason.
I noticed that when I sat over there on Saturday too.
Yeah. I don't understand.
Crossover anyway is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
Yo,
Everlevel.
Now that everybody can hear everything.
Yeah.
How are we?
Lovely.
How we doing?
Good.
Good.
How are you, Hap?
I'd say good.
Good.
Yeah.
I'd say good.
Did you enjoy the baseball?
Yes, I did.
Did you say baseball?
Last night I don't think warranted a situation. Maybe when Kevin Ginkel was striking everybody out, I was kind of thinking.
When he struck out the side?
Yes.
That was a moment.
Maybe I was good take.
Thank you.
I was kind of thinking, wow,
Save
baseball.
that for Farron.
It was. He struck out 3 guys in a row. It's a huge moment. The crowd was taken out.
Yep.
Oh, he took out the crowd?
Oh, here we go.
He took them all out.
Ah, is that legal?
He'll make it.
Yeah, baseball is pretty cool, Nick. You should give it a try.
I kind of it was a little
like
wistful
baseball. It's
for
hard
me
to
last
watch.
night because I went for a walk in the middle of the game with the dog, and
As
so
one does.
I called up the broadcast on the radio, and it was a nice night, and the moon was out and everything, and it was like, man,
It hit
for
his
just
eye
for
like
just
a
a
pizza.
for just a slight moment.
That's
I
a
thought,
more.
man, we're back in summer.
Which broadcast did you listen to, John?
I would listen to the Phillies.
I also listened to the Phillies broadcast last night, and they were very quiet for the entire broadcast.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
I mean, they were not volume wise, but there just wasn't a lot to be excited about.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, there was. It really
I listened
wasn't.
from probably about the 3rd to the 7th inning, just all on the radio.
Yeah, I was probably 3rd, 4th, 5th inning, maybe 6th inning too.
They were
And
not making much noise.
Otson says, you mean the best crowd in the history of the sport? The amazing Phillies fans? Wow, baseball.
oh, Josh is so.
He's riding a high right now.
Yes, he is.
Props to Josh. Congrats
He's
to
being
Josh.
So petty.
This is a big win for Josh.
Yeah. Josh, I want to do a meme handshake about Phillies fans being, or Philadelphia sports fans being sad in a few months.
Well,
I would love to join you.
Here's the bad news for you, Josh. On the way out, I saw did you see the video that I retweeted?
No.
So there was a guy who just had a microphone and he was standing outside of the game last
I did
night.
see that. I haven't watched it though. Is it funny?
It's pretty funny, and eventually what it all devolves into is just
Go
everybody saying,
Birds.
"Go Birds!"
Yeah.
Go
geez.
Birds. So they have now
Yeah, they're
focused all their attention on the birds.
I'm with you. I hate the Eagles.
Yeah, good take, Nick.
I'm out on the Eagles.
I'm surprised they're not saying go Sixers, but James Harden wants a trade and he's not showing up to anything.
Well, but
Flyers.
Philly fan knows that
What a whack
every
ass city.
every team makes the playoffs anyway, so that these games.
Oh, they'll
More
probably
like
make the
go
playoffs.
turds. Am I right?
Josh, have you ever been to Philly?
One time,
What'd you think of it?
I wore a Cowboys shirt and I went and took a picture in front of the Rocky statue
Yeah?
with the Cowboys
Did you
shirt.
do this?
No, I think I lifted up the shirt to make sure everyone could
Oh.
see the Cowboys.
Hey, everyone, look how dumb I
am.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you were saying.
No, I wasn't. I was saying go Cowboys.
That was kind of main character.
I went to one of the famous Philly cheesesteak places.
Pat's.
I don't remember which one. I went to the
Pat's
one
or
that doesn't
Geno's?
have the lights.
Well,
Went
they
to the
both
other.
have.
No, but the one
across-
there's one that's like, and the other one's just like,
I think. Okay.
I think that's Gino's.
yeah, I think that's the one I went to. I went to Geno's.
Sounds like a place named Geno's would have that vibe.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm
Yeah,
Gino.
I think I ordered my
It's
sandwich
dark in
wrong
here.
because the guy seemed a little triggered by me.
Well, yeah, they have it right there on the wall. How you're supposed to.
I know. I said it. Can
Do
I
it.
have it the normal way? And he said, "What?"
No
Hey,
alterations.
you must be a dumbass
That's what I
Cowboys
did.
fan.
I did it normal.
You did it
normal for you. which
No,
is-
it was the no alter. I don't know what I did. I have no
Did
idea.
it say no alterations on the
I have
thing?
no
Now,
idea.
can't you
It's a
can
while.
you order it
It's
like
been a while.
wet? Isn't that one of the options?
See, and
No,
I didn't.
no,
Well, that's Italian beef.
That's Italian beef.
That's Italian beef.
It's wit.
It's wit cheese or wit out or wit onions or wit out.
Yeah, I use H's, sir. I say with. That's what I should have said to him.
You gotta come on. When you go to the places that you go, you gotta kind of just try and blend in.
I know.
Yeah.
I had stage fright with all these angry Philadelphians.
You gotta be angry.
Stage
You
fright.
gotta get in there and get angry.
Yeah.
Why is everyone on the East Coast so angry, Happer?
It's awesome.
Traffic.
It's so
Traffic's
great.
bad,
Just
Nick.
chill out.
It's the
I
traffic.
mean, it's just an angry part.
The
of the
sun,
country.
everything is late at night, so they all stay up way too late.
Yep.
If you're a diehard
Good point.
sports fan on the East Coast, you get no sleep.
They're all
That's
horribly
true.
unhealthy.
It's
Smoke
smelly.
a lot of cigarettes. There's
Yeah.
so
Smelly.
many cigarettes.
Yeah, the accent is loud and annoying and obnoxious.
true.
You know, every time you talk to someone, it just seems like they're yelling at you. Yeah, not for me. Not for me. So yeah, I went there once. I didn't see the Liberty Bell. It was closed that day.
Close.
How do
Yeah.
they close a bell?
Well, they closed the building that holds the bell.
Why?
It was around the 4th of July, so I don't know if they were moving it or getting it ready for a celebration of America.
Polishing the bell.
You got to polish
So,
your bell.
And I went to Betsy Ross's house.
Oh, you saw Betsy's house.
R.I.P.
R.I.P.
No, she's been dead a long time.
Yep. She designed the flag of America.
She did.
Good
Yeah.
job, Betsy.
So did that, and then I left.
And she also booed Santa Claus.
Yep.
Nice.
Horrible town, horrible
Also,
people.
a women's rights activist.
Cool. Good
Thank
for
you,
her.
Betsy Ross.
Wow, look at Josh out on women's rights.
No, out on
Classic.
Philadelphia
Tough
women.
look,
which is
Josh.
typical
Philadelphia
for
women.
Yeah. And the men, everybody in Philly. The
Not
whole
just
city.
the men, but the
I
women
hope that
and
they
children
all are
too.
I hope they're all sad.
You're such a petty individual.
You're the same way about teams you hate.
Yeah,
John,
but I
which
don't
city
hate
do you
all
actually
St.
hate?
Louisians.
You
or
hate the
all
whole state of
Dalmatians.
Texas.
I don't hate the whole state of Texas. It's actually kind of a fun state to
But
visit.
every time it comes up, you say everyone from Texas is dumb.
No, that was
That's just the
Patrick from
truth.
SpongeBob.
Oh, okay. I thought that was you too.
Patrick.
It's like
Oh, we had a great. I probably have it in my computer somewhere. My Texas fight version with SpongeBob and Patrick. That whole episode, when that episode first aired, I was rolling
It's a funny episode.
because
Bad show.
one
Great
of the
show.
one of the characters,
me.
what was the squirrel's name?
Sandy.
Is from Texas.
She's from
show.
Texas.
And Patrick and SpongeBob were trying to guilt her into staying because she was getting ready to move back to Texas. And they just do this minute-long spiel
I've
where it's
seen
like,
the clip.
Texas is dumb. And so I put it up next to the Texas fight song.
That is funny, John.
It is hilarious.
It's very funny.
Because making fun of Texas is good.
John, tell us about your new movie trailer that you've released in the last 24 hours.
What are you laughing at?
He brought up a trailer. I started laughing. Am I not allowed to laugh?
And why were you laughing?
Let's talk about the trailer.
Go for it.
Maybe you didn't make it. Maybe
No, I did make it. It's
Yeah.
just,
Of course, John made it.
it was just
I know
it
you
was
did.
just a mock open to a TV show.
It's good. It was good.
Mhm.
What does Josh think of it?
I thought
Josh doesn't like humor. Josh doesn't
No.
like making fun of
no,
Michigan.
I love making fun of Michigan. I've done it many times over the last couple of days.
Oh,
Sometimes
yeah.
John's
Josh
humor
has this
and my
thing with
humor
Michigan.
just we don't align, and he'll make something that I'm like, that's funny, but I'm laughing at John and not with John. But that's okay. John doesn't think
Hey,
everything I
John-
do is funny.
I don't think anything Josh does is.
No, that's not true. It's fine.
What about when he says, my wife?
My way.
So what's your problem with it?
I just thought it was corny. Is all.
Well, it is corny.
oh, I didn't
Supposed to
realize you
win.
were leaning into the bit. I didn't realize that.
Of
Okay.
course.
I don't. Sometimes I can't tell with
it's
John.
not supposed to be serious.
Oh, okay. It was
You
fine.
thought it was serious?
No, I thought that you thought it was like
In
laugh
Josh's-
out loud funny.
In Josh's defense, sometimes you unironically love really corny.
That
things.
yeah, that's what I thought you were doing. I thought you unironically thought it was funny. Not ironically.
This is
thought it was
breaking
funny.
news to John Bishop. It
Yeah.
seems like.
Oh, is this
not a
his
big
midlife
deal.
crisis?
Okay. Whatever.
Sometimes John makes stuff that I find legitimately laugh out loud hilarious, and other times it just kind of goes over my head.
I enjoy
That's all
all of it, by the way.
I still
love the
think Josh is
corniness.
mad because it's Michigan because I made.
I
Fun
made
of it.
Me
fun of
too.
Michigan.
You can't. You're so biased.
I
You
like
are
making
very
fun of
biased.
You're
the
a soft ass Michigan.
the
fan.
guy who has
Yes.
his 600-page manifesto.
Yes.
First of all, that sounds like a serial killer.
Yep.
You would
Or,
know.
well, they are from Michigan.
Yeah.
Connor
So
Stalions.
that was
I mean,
funny.
these are the same people that tried to kidnap their governor.
Oh, I forgot about that.
They did.
I forgot.
Are
And
those
this-
Michigan fans or Michigan State fans? We need to find that out.
Oh, they're both the same. They're all
See,
the
that was
same.
funny, John.
Now, which manifesto was bigger? This one or Nick's when he was teaching the producers how to run Big Red Overreaction?
It's a good manifesto.
Is it?
It's a real good. It's a detailed.
Every
manifesto.
it
producer we talk
600
to
pages?
seems confused.
Well, they never told me they were confused. Otherwise, I'd fix it.
Mm.
I thought this whole time it was great, so I never fixed it.
Neil points out, doesn't John refer to all folks from Louisiana as gumbo munchers? Yeah, you make fun of the whole state
Just
there.
Saints fans.
Oh, just Saints fans.
And LSU fans.
And LSU fans.
I don't have a problem with LSU fans.
Oh, okay. Go Tigers.
Though they munch a lot of gumbo.
Oh, and Jed says, yeah, Josh, you were so petty. John would never call an entire area of people something bad like, oh, I don't know, gumbo munchers.
That's just for the Saints fans.
Which doesn't seem like an insult.
So
because
why can't I
gumbo
do that
kicks
about
ass.
Philadelphia sports fans?
Yeah, but when you throw on
Oh,
munchers,
you can. I just was pointing out, because your problem was with the Eagles.
No, I'm okay with the whole city burning in a sports sense.
Because of the Eagles.
And just the way that they operate as humans.
Really?
They're
Yes.
not, I mean,
I
just
think
because
it-
they
no.
boo a lot?
No, they throw stuff at Santa Claus.
Yeah, but it's funny.
It's mean.
I mean, it's definitely
it's
mean,
not.
but it's like their thing.
It's kind of
I like-
funny. They lean
yeah.
into the bit.
I
Yeah.
like, they
They
suck.
lean into the bit of
They don't
bullying
deserve
Santa.
happiness.
They bully everybody. It's a pro-bully city.
Yeah, I know. This
I
is
mean,
not-
That's
it's
not a
for
good
me.
thing.
No, it's
Yeah.
funny.
Dude, it was the first home game of the year this year. They had like one bad drive and the boo. You went to the Super Bowl. Settle down.
Yeah, but like,
I know it's a bit, but
yeah, sometimes I
yeah.
think it's not even serious.
go
when
to
they do it
hell.
anymore.
I can take go to hell.
They don't actually. They're not actually like mad. They just boo because that's what they do.
Right.
They're not for me.
At least they're not bandwagon fans.
Maybe they are.
No. Philly fans are not bandwagon
I know.
fans.
It's too sad.
They hated your boy Alec Boehm, and then he was like, "I hate it here," and then they were like, "Great."
And then he
Awesome.
broke his bat last
Yeah, that was
night.
pretty crazy.
Well, he was
Yeah,
mad,
yeah.
You could that's when you could tell, man, these guys are really they're starting to press.
They were pressing from about the third inning on.
Yeah, indeed.
So quiet in there. So
Yeah,
interesting.
Travis points out Eagles fans cheered when Michael Irvin had his career-ending injury. Yeah, he broke his neck on the field, and they were like, "Ha ha!"
How'd they know that it was career end?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he was laying there motionless, and they were cheering about it.
Well, I mean, they thought he was probably faking it.
Maybe they
They're
thought it was
walking him
just-
off on a stretcher, and they're cheering.
Maybe they thought he was just
That's
gonna
what
be out for a
isn't that
couple
what you're
weeks.
supposed to do when they
Yeah.
get up
They
and
were
you, and you
laughing.
cheer?
They were
Yay,
laughing.
he's
It wasn't
good.
that kind
He's
of
not
cheer.
dead.
Wasn't that kind of cheer? Yeah.
It was
You
a different
sure?
cheer.
Seems like it's your guys'
Are you
bias
sure?
kicking in.
No.
You can tell. You can tell what it's a I'm glad you're all right cheer or a hell yeah
Well,
you're
he
hurt
lived.
cheer.
He's still alive.
His neck is fine.
Yeah, and he's
Neck
and
is
he's
But
still
they didn't know
dancing
that.
and doing stuff on the game day morning show.
Your favorite morning show.
It's a great show.
is a good show.
I like Michael Irvin.
Yeah.
Michael Irvin's he's a good character on
He
that
loves
show.
yelling.
He does. He'd fit in well with this show.
I like how he leans into it.
He could be our third co-host. He'd do a very good job.
He would.
What are some other things
He
that
would
Philly
because
fans
then I
have
could
done?
make fun of two Cowboys fans.
What was that, Happer?
What are some other things that Philly fans have done over the years? What's on their rap sheet?
Well, I mean, they did have a prison at their stadium.
I think
Very normal activity.
But in the defense of not Philly fans,
Of prison?
but all pro stadiums need to have prisons
That's
inside.
true.
them
Have
now.
you
Spot
seen
the
all these
line.
people run onto the field?
I mean, Chargers fans or
Wait,
just
do
people who
those
go to,
exist?
people that go to Chargers games.
Okay.
have you
Okay.
seen the Chargers lady?
Yes, I have.
Oh yeah, she's
I
the
have.
one.
Yeah, I have.
Luckily, she
God.
wasn't getting in any fights with people.
Just everyone online, apparently.
No. God. I'm glad that story died quick.
Me too.
Why couldn't that
Not
story
quick
and the
enough,
and
John.
the and the Taylor Swift story gone in the same length of time?
Mm.
Just in, out,
Because
done.
McAfee wouldn't let it die. He had her on like 2 days in a row.
Yeah, but now it's done.
It's
That's
done
not
now.
my point. Is
Oh,
at
okay.
least that story is done. We still have to deal with this fake romance.
I think it's real.
I think it's real.
I think
too.
it's real, John. She posted a picture of them kissing. She's never done that.
Oh my God!
No, John, she's
I still
never
don't-
done that.
Just
So-
because people kiss on a movie screen doesn't mean they're
So
in
here's
love.
the thing. I don't understand why John, why you think she needs this. I understand why from the
It was a business thing to
But
get
why
the,
does
to get
she
the
need
promotion.
this?
I don't know. To help write more music when they break up eventually? I don't know.
She writes about more than just breakups.
All right, now
though.
that's actually a solid theory to write more music for when they break up. I just don't know why she needs she doesn't need the NFL. The NFL needs her more than she needs the NFL.
I don't think neither
Neither
one
really-
of them really need each other.
That is correct. That's why
Exactly.
they're in love.
So that's why, yes, and that's been my thought the whole
But
time.
as we find with greedy people, greed, I mean, there's never enough. Never enough.
I mean, I think the
Once
NFL
you hit
is
this,
happily
once you hit
happy
this
with it.
level, when you win like Tom Brady, you win 5 Super Bowls. I haven't won 6. I haven't won 7.
So you're
That's
saying
true.
Taylor
Same
Swift is
thing. Yeah.
greedy Taylor Swift?
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be greed, but it's just this desire to always top yourself. And what's the audience?
She
She's
did
never
re-release
tapped.
all of her albums.
Ding ding. And
Taylor's
what?
version.
She did that to get the rights back to her music, though. She
I
didn't do
know.
it for greed.
I always
she
forget
also
that Nick
didn't
is like
have
a
to.
huge defender of Taylor
Now
Swift.
wait a minute. To
Capitalist
literally
Nick.
get the rights back to her music. Why? So she could profit more
Well,
off of them.
because the dude who owned the rights to him was a piece of garbage.
Yeah, I will defend.
That doesn't matter. It's still about control, which, by the way, is fine. I'm good with
I
that
feel like artists should
as
have
a
control of their
proud
music.
capitalist. I'm proud. I'm fine
Artists
with
should
that.
have control of their content.
I agree with that.
Sure, and that's fine. But it's
But-
also done to make more
Yeah.
money.
The point is,
which
she,
is fine.
she didn't have to. She didn't
Yeah.
have to do this.
Yeah,
And-
she was going to be okay no matter what.
Yeah.
Mm.
But again, I don't have a problem.
I'm pro Taylor.
But there's
Swift.
always with
Shake it
everybody. Once you hit this level, well, I haven't hit this level.
Haters
Well, I
gonna
haven't
hate,
hit
hate.
Hey, I'm the same way. I always want to be better than myself.
There you go.
That's
how I operate.
And Josh is not a greedy capitalist.
No, I'd love to be, but I work in radio.
Not in your DNA.
Yeah.
So there you go. But yeah, it would be nice if that story were to disappear.
Well, it
Good
won't
luck.
until after the Swift Bowl.
Well, that's
Nick's
probably
really
not
all
going
in
to
on
happen
this.
again.
Nick, there's another Swift in the Swift Bowl.
No, I know. That's
Nate Swift.
Nate Swift's in the Super Bowl.
I met Nate Swift at a line for a porta potty back in 2017.
Oh, cool. What'd he say?
He was holding his kid, and
What'd you say to him?
Well, one of my friends had bothered him that day on accident, and so I was
Uh-oh.
trying to bring them together to break bread.
Handshake meme.
Yeah, to like, hey, let's be friends. Let's all of us be friends. And then they hit it off and they had a conversation. I don't remember what my friend did, but it annoyed Nate Swift. He got very triggered by my friend. This was in
bumping into
2017.
him?
He might have. I don't know. Maybe he accidentally cut him in line.
Mm.
I don't remember exactly. It was 2017. It's been a while.
Imagine
It's been a
getting in a
while.
fight with Nate Swift.
Yeah. Yeah.
Couldn't be me.
Remember that punt return he had versus Virginia Tech for the touchdown in 2008?
I honestly don't.
Oh, it was a big play.
I do.
And then Bo Pelini.
Well,
in
they
that
lost
game,
that game.
Yeah, you know why? Because Bo Pelini was like, I want to get a personal foul on the sidelines. And they were like, cool, here's a flag. And they
Well,
lost.
that's not why they lost. They couldn't stop They couldn't stop them.
Yeah, but because and Ndamukong Suh got a flag, and it was the same
Right.
game. They got 30 yards on one play.
That part I remember.
Yeah, not great.
Yeah, that was his first year.
Hmm.
And then they bounced back and they ended up in a bowl and they beat Clemson.
Oh yeah,
They did.
great times.
Take that, Dabo.
They beat Clemson with a concussed
Who was
Joe
con-
Gans.
He was concussed?
Joey Gans.
Oh yeah, he got lit up later in the second half.
Oh, I don't remember this.
And I don't think it's ever come out officially, but you could tell.
Did
he
John
was-
just report this?
Thank you,
Oh,
Michael's
breaking
video.
news.
Wow, geez. Where was this 15 years ago?
Where's
John?
your
People were
weird
saying
colored
that after
shirt?
the game. It's
Oh,
not
wow,
that
I don't
big
remember
of a-
this at all.
Oh yeah,
That's an old take.
Hmm.
It's a moldy take.
yeah. It's kind
Old
of
takes exposed.
Old takes explode.
Thank you for telling us that, John, and not hiding it from us like the media does.
Gosh,
I-
typical media.
I've been hiding it since 2008 for
Wow.
15 years.
Waiting for John to show up with a weird half blue, half yellow Ram shirt.
I don't have one of those.
Man, we need to get one.
We should all get shirts.
Yeah,
of our
you could get
favorite-
a
I get
Panthers
a
one.
Panthers one.
Yeah, you're a big
I
Panthers
think they
guy.
do sell. I think the official team stores have one. Like the Dolphins shop has this
Oh,
weird Dan Marino one.
Oh, listen, the kind of shirt that Michael has, they have one of those for every team.
I
Sweet.
want one.
Let's go get them.
I'm gonna ask for one for
the
Christmas.
Dan Marino one is gross. I hate it.
Wait, what do you mean the Dan Marino one?
The Dolphins have one where it's like half orange, half teal.
oh,
And then
when they
sleeves.
took they cut the uniforms in half. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are. I never.
They've also
liked
got
those.
these barbershop quartet shirts for some reason. I
It's a
don't know what that
barbershop
is.
What's that mean?
quartet shirt.
It's like, I mean, I don't know what the actual name for it is, but it's just red and white, and then it's like these vertical lines.
Candy
just all
stripes?
the way down. Yeah, candy stripes, and then it's a collared shirt with like the Dolphins logo, kind of, sort of
What?
on the. I don't get it. They've got boxers
And that's a
like that, too.
jersey?
No, it's just a shirt.
Oh, a
It's
shirt.
It's just a shirt. They
Is
have.
Michael's thing a shirt or is it a jersey?
It's
It
not a
seemed jersey
jersey.
material.
It looks like.
Is it a button up?
I think it's a pullover, isn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it would be technically. a
Michael, are you
pullover.
listening? What's your shirt?
Michael, what's your shirt? Tell us about your shirt.
How have you not told us yet?
Michael was here yesterday. I should have asked him what his shirt was.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, he's kind of just always here.
How was he? How's he doing?
Did he burst into your show with wings?
He's just kind of always here.
That would have been awesome, though. No, I went into the break room to grab a salted nut roll.
Oh, and there was Michael.
There was Michael.
Yeah, I'm looking all over for Michael's shirt, the Cowboys edition, and I can't find it right now.
Is that
Tie-dye
what you-
shirts are apparently back.
Is that what you Googled?
No,
Michael's shirt,
Cowboys
Cowboys
edition.
version.
No, I'm just scrolling through the Dallas Cowboys store.
There is
on
a
the
really
NFL
cool Dolphins
shop.
tie-dye shirt I kind of want. It's just black and white tie-dye with the Dolphins logo.
Let's all get weird
Sick.
NFL shirts.
I love this idea.
All right, let's do it. That's a
And
bit.
we'll all wear them the last day before Christmas.
The weird shirt boys. Oh man, we're getting close to that. 2 months from today is Christmas. John, how pumped are you?
Oh,
Nick,
great. This is why
Nick.
Philly fans are great. They threw snowballs at Santa Claus. Said, "Get out of here."
I think in honor of it being 2 months today, maybe some Christmas bumps for John.
Oh,
Yeah.
would you like me? I can. I didn't realize you hated my thing that much. You wanted me to leave.
No, I don't. I would never want you to leave.
Because if you want me to leave, that's one way to do it.
I can't find the Michael shirt Cowboys edition. Damn it.
I can't find the Michael shirt Saints edition. I'm just trying to find out what they
Oh,
call
wow.
I was
it.
gonna say that doesn't exist on the internet.
Maybe
There's
Michael
no way
got
that's
the
an
one.
official
Maybe
shirt,
maybe
right?
he had it self-made.
I think he
Maybe it's
got
not
that
official.
from a stand in early 2000s, and they never made another one. That's probably
Because they were like, man,
This sucks.
why did we only sell 3 out of the 400 that we made? And one of them was to Michael Severe.
Why are some of these shirts so poorly designed?
Ben writes, imagine the amount of quarters Nick would owe if he was still under the old terms. Are
Oh,
we
I
sure
know.
he's not a Swiftie?
Yeah.
Yeah. When you bring up
I mean, he
Taylor
is he's
Swift and
definitely a Swiftie.
making
I've
money,
never said I wasn't a Swiftie.
I know, but you come to defense for her more than maybe anything in life.
I defend artists in general.
riding on his horse, on his white stallion. I'm here to save Taylor Swift.
Well, it's not because I think that she just gets too much like random hate because people have been hating on her for years just
Who
to hate on
hates
her.
on Taylor?
Okay,
A lot of the people in the music. I came from music. A lot of people in the music
Nick is of music.
parts. I'm of music. Like
Nick
my
knows. He knows
Nick,
music.
she doesn't need your
Believe
defense.
I know she doesn't.
She's like a
need my defense.
multi-millionaire.
I'm not doing
Yeah.
it because I think she needs it. I'm doing it to try to educate people because people are dumb and wrong.
Wow.
Nick.
Yeah.
John is dumb and wrong.
Nick always whenever Nick does
What
this,
did I say that was erroneous?
What were you going to say, Happer?
I was gonna say that like the thing that you always go at when we start talking about music is like I know everything about music.
Yes.
Do not challenge me on music. And I feel like we could. We could
No, you
def-
could absolutely. I'm not trying to come at it from that angle. It's
But you just said everyone else is dumb.
when it comes to Taylor Swift, because too many people have just decided to hate on her just because it's the cool thing to do, right? It's like people who hated Nickelback and Creed forever. They just hate it because it's the cool thing to do, not because they genuinely feel that way.
I agree
It's
with
like how
that
you
take.
feel about my sports takes. You think I just see things online and I agree with those?
Yeah. Well, that's because that's how you operate.
What's the
not.
most erroneous thing you've had to defend Taylor
Yeah.
Swift on?
When I Prevail came out with their cover of Blank Space, there were a lot of people saying that cover was better than Taylor Swift's version. Oh, that
Well,
it's
now
so
that's a
much better
matter,
than
but
Taylor's.
that's a
Subjective.
matter of taste.
Yeah, you don't need a defender for that.
I'm not. It's not. So what it is it's the same exact lyrics, and the song is boring. And people were just saying they
Wait,
liked
that's
it
the
better.
thing you feel like you have to defend the most with Taylor Swift?
Not the most. John.
That's
Very
what John
subjective.
asked you.
Yeah,
It's very
but one of the
subjective.
most erroneous things were. But the I
This
Prevail,
is wild.
it's a boring song. It's a more boring song.
How
But
could it be
but that's an
erroneous?
opinion,
Just-
not
yeah.
a fact.
It
Yeah.
is factually a more boring song.
No,
Nick,
Nick,
this is
you can't say
opinion.
that. That's a taste. It's a subjective thing.
That's a take,
Yeah,
man.
we wanted an objective thing
If
people are
you
wrong
bring-
about
I
with
can
Taylor
make this
Swift.
I can make this objective. But
No,
you guys
I don't
have
think
to be,
you
Okay,
can.
all right, let's
we're
hear it.
listening.
Let's hear it.
We're listening.
I'm
We're
listening. I'm
Okay,
listening.
so visualize music, right?
I'm seeing
If you guys won't
rainbows,
be
I'm
open-minded about this,
listening.
I'm not going to bother.
seeing clouds.
Okay, so the I Prevail version of the song, it starts out like up here, right?
Do we have audio examples of
Yes,
these?
sure.
Well, I'm just trying to help you make your point. You know what I mean? Because you describing the song might not be as good as actually hearing the song. There was
I
this
do like the idea
remake.
of visualizing music.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like rainbows and clouds, and then look, there's
Because
the
you're
Lucky
not
Charms
trying,
guy.
John. That's why. You're not
Wow.
actually trying.
Because John is being, what was the
No,
phrase?
it's
Dumb
Dumb
and
stupid.
wrong.
Dumb and wrong.
I didn't. What? First of all, what did I say that was wrong about Taylor Swift?
I have no idea anymore. I don't know what we're talking about anymore.
I'm just saying in general.
I thought this was going to be a factual conversation, and now it's opinion.
Oh,
I'm.
All right, let's hear this. So what am I listening to?
This is just the cover of Blank Space after this.
That's a sentence. Mhm.
So it starts out kind of down here, right?
Sounds like
Have
modern
you ever
music.
heard this song, Hepper? You ever heard the
hear it.
cover?
I can't hear it.
Sounds like modern music.
I know about that.
Okay. Ooh, I like that.
Okay.
No, seriously, it went. That was good.
It's fine to like that. But then that's just the whole song. There's no other dynamics in that song. It starts out slow, it goes hard again, and then it goes slow again, then it goes hard again. It establishes two spaces, and then that's just all it is.
Okay.
But the Taylor Swift one, there's more with the production, there's more going on, there's multiple layers, and it's the inflection, it's the way she sings. Because there's a part in this, because the whole song is about her being crazy, right? Like that's the song. Like halfway through the song,
I'm
she's
glad
like,
that she realizes.
halfway through the song, she's like, "Oh, I'm actually the crazy one in this relationship," and then the whole tone of the song changes based off the production and everything and how she's singing it.
Is this going to be the song that she plays when she breaks up with what's his face?
Travis Kelce.
Travis.
I don't know.
Respect
Travis.
for Chiefs.
But with this
Mitch Holt's
song,
on the show today, by the way.
with this song, it just goes 1 2 1 2. There's no inflections. There's not really anything crazy. He's just screaming.
But there was a really cool part where they went.
Yeah, it sounds fine, but it's a more boring song.
In fact, I would ask.
simple.
I would ask Creighton to mix that into their pregame
Good idea.
stuff. 'Cause
Delete the Kanye stuff. Put that
They
song
already got
in.
a new song last year. Bring this one in.
Yeah, me likey.
I mean, delete the Kanye.
What's
stuff,
the name of this?
It's already gone.
What's the name of this dude?
This is I Prevail. It's a It's an emo band that you actually normally wouldn't like.
Hey, listen.
John's gonna listen to it on the way home now.
Without Taylor Swift ever singing a song.
Well, now you just got a little AC/DC there.
No, I didn't. This is I can't even do an ACDC.
That almost went German. Many people are saying Happy New Year, by the way. Many people.
This is great. I'm just glad we got a music lesson from the all-knowing
Yes.
music
Bow
man.
down to
Thank
Nick.
you, Nick.
I need you guys to understand that I do know what I'm talking about sometimes.
You do.
Like I genuinely know what I'm talking about.
We know
You
you.
do.
We know
You
you know
do.
what you're
I
talking
did
about.
go to school and I have been immersed in this for as long as you guys have been immersed
Well,
in
you
sports.
think you're better than us. You think you're better than me.
You're like a Philly
you
fan.
think
Hey,
you're
I'm
better-
walking here.
I'm walking in.
I acquiesce to you guys with things that I don't know. How come you can't acquiesce to me with things you don't know? Everything's always a battle with you guys when I say anything.
Who ever said that we don't know? What if we know?
You were asking me these questions,
Well-
and then I'm like, all right,
well-
let's break it. Let's visualize this.
Nick, this all started because you started having an opinion and saying that was fact. That's what we're making fun
No,
of.
but
you
I
for.
broke it down in an objective way.
Mm-mm.
Objectively, the song is more boring because there's less
Nick,
going on.
I don't think
Josh.
I don't think you know the definition of objective.
And you're doing the thing where you're just dismissing me. You're
I'm not
dismissing
Nick.
me.
I'm dismissing that you know what objection
I know what
means.
objective means, Josh. I know what it means. And I was breaking this down in an objective way. When only 2 things happen in something, that's boring. When 50,000 things happen in something else, that's not boring.
Now wait a minute. That doesn't necessarily have to be true. No, think about this. Think about this.
I
Right?
agree.
You go to a buffet,
Yeah.
right? There's like 50,000 things there
Mhm.
on the buffet.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that.
But it's either it can be too much choice or the quality's not as good. Or you go to a steakhouse and you get the steak and you get the potato, and it's awesome.
Some people like
So
simple.
It's
sometimes
good, but it's boring.
it's not. No, it's
Steak and potatoes are great. They're good, but they're boring.
But your point was that
Wait,
it was worse.
how are they boring?
because
what
it's
if they're
just
re-
steak and potatoes. That's
But
the
what
thing.
if it's the best steak and potatoes you've ever
It's
had?
still just steak and potatoes, John.
but it
But
does.
it could be the best.
That's literally
but
what people.
more.
That's,
But more does not equal better.
That's
I'm not
correct.
saying that more equals better, but it's more interesting. More is more interesting.
Not necessarily.
Your point was that it was better, or that the Taylor Swift version was better because there was more.
Yes.
That's
In
exactly
this
what
case,
we're saying is
in
incorrect.
this case.
That's exactly what we're saying is incorrect.
So if
Fine,
Taylor
I'm
Swift
wrong
were
then.
golden.
I'm still wrong.
Just
You
the lo-
guys never let me try to explain
No.
anything.
I'm just trying to. So if Taylor Swift were Golden Corral, and this other thing,
I prevail.
thank you, was the Drover.
Well, because the Drover has quality food. They don't really. This isn't a quality song. It's also mixed badly. It's boring. It's a boring song. At a production level, it's a boring song.
I kind of liked it.
It's okay if you like it. It's still boring.
Kind of liked it.
It's fine. It's still boring.
Okay. All right.
And I'm saying
Taylor.
something can still be good but boring.
Okay.
I like T Swift. I think they're in love.
That is how.
And
this
I
started.
still think it's all an act. It's business. Business, baby. They're all working us, and it's all going to come to a head at WrestleMania 40 in Philadelphia. And with that, we say, we say,
Bye,
boo.
Happer.
And we say bye,
See
Happer.
ya.
And woo, Happy New Year. 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Kudos to him. He has brought people into, whether they know what the hell they're watching or not. He has brought more people into the college football game this year than I can ever recall.
Yeah.
And he's probably gotten people that are diehard NFL fans that don't live in an area where college football is big. They're paying attention to one team in college football, or actually one individual in college football.
Yep.
We've never seen it before. The impact of a team that is not that good doing ratings like they are. It fits for one guy.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Cloudy skies for this afternoon with a high today of 67. Winds will shift out of the southeast up to 10 miles an hour. A chance of showers with a few isolated rumbles of thunder this afternoon and tonight. A low by tomorrow morning of 62 degrees with more rain and a few storms possible. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
It's Halloween at Genesis Health Clubs. Join with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every month.
This offer ends in just 6 days.
Genesis Health Clubs has top-of-the-line equipment and the absolute best personal trainers, tennis professionals, and group fitness instructors to help keep you motivated and headed toward your fitness goals. Plus, relax in luxury afterwards with saunas, steam rooms, and fluffy towel service. Whatever your fitness needs, Genesis is here to help every step of the way, and there's nothing scary about that. This Halloween, join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month.
Just 6 days left.
But hurry, this offer will end before you have a chance to count your Halloween candy. It ends on Halloween and won't extend. Come to Genesis and get in the best shape of your life so you can handle anything those zombies, werewolves, and vampires throw at you. Plus, get your New Year's resolutions checked off with time to spare. Join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month. It ends on Halloween and won't extend.
Sure, you could go elsewhere for your health and wellness products, or better yet, why not just come to 42 Degrees? Those other places don't even come close to the wide variety and premium disposable e-juice, CBD, Delta, Kratom, glass pipes, vaporizers, and other great products. With the friendliest, most knowledgeable, and professional staff who will find the right products just for you. If you're looking for a one-stop shopping experience, look no further. 42 Degrees. By your mom's house.
Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
When you're rolling Charmin up to south on the party, this is more, so roll it back, everybody. Charmin's irresistible, soft and hella nice. The crib is always stocked, it's our party vibe. She's crushing in the face, so our chicks feel fly. So every booty wanna touch the sky.
Charmin Ultra Soft is irresistibly soft and more absorbent, so you can use less. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery.
It's time to replace or repair storm damage. Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more DaVinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery. Make the right call.
Coach Vince Gimta breaks down the Northwestern game and previews Purdue Thursday at Holy Ghost Church on 52nd and Q. Doors open at 5, program starts at 7, and it's only $10 for adults, $5 for children. Sponsored by Jones Barrel Company and Beer City.
Fear has a name.
Ice cream,
For 30 years, Scary Acres has been doing what they do best. Scaring the out of you. The Master's Castle, House on the Hill, and the Haunted Woods. Scary Acres. The ultimate haunted attractions. 172nd and Giles. Sponsored in part by Raising Cane, Stereo West, and Ivy. This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
All right, we got 3.5 hours to get on Josh's bad side now because Josh tried to get on my bad side, then we both tried to get on Nick's bad side. You're next.
Well, I mean, you guys are always getting on my bad side.
Because you're ugly.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
That's rude, John. You can't make fun of someone for being ugly. They can't control that.
Yeah, also, that's a subjective opinion.
No, it's factual.
Hmm.
I mean, you're wearing a damn Cowboys hat again.
Yeah, well, I got it for my birthday. From my wife. It was the first Dallas Cowboys thing that she ever bought for me. It took 5.5 years.
What was the first Eagles thing you ever bought?
I bought it for like a shirt for her, like when we first started dating.
And she probably broke out in hives just touching it.
Well, that's what she gets.
Exactly.
But I appreciate her buying that for me.
For all that tainted Cowboys gear, which they treat the same way that the U.S. Army treated all those blankets.
By the
back
way,
in the day.
decided I'm not going to the Eagles-Chiefs game anymore.
Good idea.
I'm not going anymore.
Yeah, good idea.
First of all, last week she was like, I don't want to go anymore because the Eagles lost to the Jets. And I was like, yes, this will be sweet. We can just sell the tickets, get some money, don't have to go. Well, then they beat the Dolphins, and she's like, suddenly strutting around the apartment again, all excited. They're going to win the Super Bowl again. And I was like, I don't really want to go. And so she's going with somebody else, which will be nice. That'll be nice.
Wow.
Yeah. So now I'll just have a 2-day work week instead of a 1-day work week.
Because
I remember the Wednesday thing, you're calling a game in the afternoon, so no program on that Wednesday.
Lazy bastard.
Yeah, that'll be nice.
All right. Coming up on the Grum today, the Grum Down brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Who or else is going to get triggered today? We'll find out.
Was that a question on the
No.
Oh, awesome. I was going to say, wow, you knew what was coming.
No.
You know what was coming.
We do have an update. We got more update in the story of Mr. Stalions.
Yes, we did.
More stuff. If you want to see good quarterback play, go somewhere else. We'll explain graphically later. Mike Schaefer will be here. Mike Farron will be here. We got a series. He's already back in the desert.
Is he
He
really?
flew back early this morning.
Dang.
He was tweeting me from the plane.
He was tweeting you or texting you?
We were in the DM, the Twitter DM.
Wow, look at you guys.
Slid into the DM?
He flies all the best PJs. Mitch Holtis, who's ready for Chiefs Broncos 2? Ooh.
I don't think anybody really.
NIL DTIRS. Name, image, likeness, and dodging the IRS. There was an interesting New York Times piece over the weekend.
Yes, thanks to a listener for shooting that our
Yes,
way.
thank you for the listener, and thank you, Josh, for sending me the copy that I could read.
Yeah, from my New York Times subscription.
Oh, do you get your New York Times the same place I get my DirecTV NFL Sunday ticket?
Yeah, I have to imagine that they have figured that there is this workaround, which is called the Pocket app, and it just allows you to read the stories even if you're not a subscriber.
Oh, is that how you do it?
That's how I do it. A lot of other places don't. They don't allow you to. They like block it from there because that's how you save articles by favoriting. I save articles by the Pocket app.
I used to use the Pocket app, and I don't remember why I stopped using it.
Yeah, so if you want to read the Times, Pocket is where it's at.
It's Dumb Debates Day, and Taylor Swift sucks.
Well, that's perfect. We'll just re-air the crossover during Dumb Debates.
Done.
Get us some 20 to 25 minutes off. That'll be perfect.
Literally, I just dropped that in. I needed one more line.
Oh,
I figured
awesome.
I'm just gonna
Hey,
type
why
Taylor
not?
Swift songs.
Fair enough.
Why not?
Because I ran out of time.
Mm-hmm.
I ran out of time. 402-951-1620. It's the 42 Degrees The Source by your mom's house hotline. It is a dumb debates day, as we mentioned, so you can send us your dumb debates. Use the hashtag on the Twitter machine or the X machine.
We need some more. We need more dumb debates questions.
Send us some more dumb debates.
So please get them in now.
Use the hashtag dumb debates on Twitter at USC1620 is our address. I mean, technically, you don't even have to send them to us, just so long as you use the dumb debates hashtag.
Yeah.
Once in a while, I will actually see a dumb debate that was never sent to us.
Once in a while.
And then it gets adopted into dumb debates.
Yeah, I have one today from the Bill Simmons subreddit.
Oh, no.
It's a good question. It's just where I saw it.
Subreddit sounds like a cesspool.
It just usually just makes fun of Bill.
And
it's a fun question. I'm very excited to talk about it.
The Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Equitable takes banking personally and answers the phone on the first ring. Our winter is arriving early today, apparently.
Ew.
What?
I thought it was supposed to get up to 70 today, and it's like in the 50s.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the snow, because the snow is coming on Saturday, apparently, at Memorial Stadium.
Ew.
I know.
Well, it'll be a good day for me to be shut inside. Oh, and I did say fired. Did I say fired up for football? We do have fired up for football.
Yeah.
For football.
We are fired up for football today. I don't know how fired up you're going to be with this schedule. We'll find out.
It's football.
We'll find out.
Yeah. Also, the wild part too, as we'll talk about, it's a full slate in the NFL. There's no idols, which is weird. There's no off weeks. There's no off teams this week. There's 16 games.
No days off.
Yeah, and like none of them are good.
That's
great.
Weird.
Yeah, indeed.
Usually once they start the idle procedure, it just carries on until everyone's done their idle, and then they're back to full schedule.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 8 teams have now had the off week. There's none this week. There's a couple the next few weeks. Then they're all playing on Thanksgiving weekend, and then I think there's one more after that.
You look at the schedule, and you can tell that some of the teams going sideways has thrown off the equilibrium. Like, for example, just sneak peek ahead. This week was Giants-Jets.
Yes.
So the Battle of New York. Well, before the season started,
it was a returning playoff team.
A playoff team versus Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, not so much.
And now it's the Giants are really bad, and Aaron Rodgers is only doing bits on Matt McAfee.
Now that's a solid defense. So what's the excuse for Chargers-Bears on Sunday Night Football? There was never a good reason to put Chargers-Bears on Sunday Night Football.
Don't you? There was a slight intrigue about the Bears before the season started because Justin Fields closed out last year on a pretty positive note. I'm not saying it was strong. I'm not saying it was great.
I could have predicted they'd be bad.
There was some of that.
Yeah.
Justin Herbert did okay last season.
No, yeah. They made the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
I just don't understand the Bears component of it. I get the Chargers.
Now you also
the Raiders, though. Why do we keep putting the Raiders on in prime time?
Well, okay.
They're on Monday Night Football this. Okay, we're spoiling.
It's the same reason the Cowboys are on all the time, good or bad. And this is not a value judgment
America's
on the Cowboys, but people will watch. Same with the people will still watch the Raiders, and the Bears are a big market team.
That said, coming up in Fired Up for Football, John says thank you to America's team. I'll explain when we get to it.
I will never.
He'll say thank you.
Say thank you
America's
to
team.
Maga's team.
Thank you, America's team.
So there you go. There's your referees starting lineup.
Awesome.
Coming up next, I'll play my trailer that Josh hates.
I didn't say I hate it. I just don't think it's funny.
I thought it was really funny,
I'm
especially
sure
especially the last bit. Husker fan will appreciate it.
Okay.
Michigan man over here to my left does not.
I'm happy to make fun of the Wolverines.
But there is a lot to update.
There's a ton.
There's a lot of new stuff to
including
update.
manifestos. Not a word I expected to discuss today.
I didn't even have that in my agenda.
Yeah, well.
There's a lot. I told you there's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But every truck tells a story. You can make yours a strong one with the Silverado 1500 from Woodhouse Chevy in Omaha and Missouri Valley. The Silverado is strong. 13,300 pounds of available towing. The Silverado is versatile. 6-function multi-flex tailgate. And the Silverado is powerful. Gas and diesel engine options that deliver the horsepower and torque you need to get the job done. Now at Woodhouse Chevy, the Silverado, affordable. Lease the Silverado 1500 LT for just $419 a month for 36 months. Or if you're looking for a little more room, the 1500 custom double cab, you can lease that for $439 a month for 36 months. Each offer on these Silverados comes at 10,000 miles per year. Just have $2,000 down payment and $299 doc fee at signing. See these and all of Woodhouse's huge selection of Silverados at woodhouse.com and find new roads to Woodhouse Chevy. Exit 75 off I-29, Missouri Valley, or 112th and Dodge in Omaha. Must have current GM or competitive make lease and garaging address with approved credit. Offers expire 10/31/23.
1620 The Zone's four-quarter pick'em returns. It's your chance to win $1,620. All you have to do is correctly pick 4 college or NFL games against the spread. Listen to qualify every weekday or enter online at 1620thezone.com. One lucky listener will be selected each week to make their picks live on air.
Awesome.
Go to 1620thezone.com for complete rules and contest details. It's four-quarter pick'em with 1620 The Zone.
If you haven't updated your windows, you could be throwing money out the window. Don't let the cool air out. Upgrade today with J-Tech Construction. For a limited time, get 60 months with 0% interest. Plus, as an added bonus, every window gets a special rated UV upgrade for free. Save money, keep the cool air in, and be happier when you upgrade your windows with the official exterior experts of Nebraska Athletics. For more info, go to yourexteriorexperts.com. Subject to credit approval.
If you're the kind of person who has the attitude that when you do a job, you do it right, not just one time, every single time, congratulations. You're a rare individual, the kind of individual the Langfeld family wants to pay very well to join the awesome crew at Langfeld Overhead Door. That's because the Langfeld family believes strongly in treating their employees right. You know, doing what's right, like you do on the job. Opportunities are available now. Click langfelddoors.com. That's langfelddoors.com. Equal opportunity employer.
Dust. It's in the living room, the bedroom, and the bathroom. It's also in your lungs. Let's fix that, shall we? Duck Defense Midwest offers a comprehensive system that cleans, disinfects, filters, and purifies the air. They'll make your home healthier and improve the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com right now for a special air duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. cleanairradio.com.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here with Dr. Lance Kugler of Kugler Vision. You know, it's been 5.5 years since I had my procedure done at Kugler Vision. I remember going in for the eye analysis and finding out, hey, there's something other than LASIK. That seems to be such a misnomer with so many people, but that's not always the case because there are actually 7 forms of modern vision correction.
Sure, yeah, and obviously LASIK is a huge part of what we do, but as technology improves over the years, over the decades, we continue to add different technologies that become better options for people depending on what they need.
Yeah, and one of the things that I found absolutely incredible was the eye analysis process. You want to know as much about anyone's eyes as you can because that's how you figure out which of those procedures are going to qualify for.
Yeah, our eye analysis process is the most thorough evaluation of your eye that you can possibly have. We all have the same goal. We want you to see as well as you possibly can.
Schedule an eye analysis today. You can visit their website, kuglervision.com.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
When you're rolling, Charmin Ultra Soft on the party. Less is more, so roll it back, everybody. Charmin's irresistibly soft and hella nice. My grip is always soft. It's our party vibe. She's cushion and face, so our cheeks feel flat. So every booty wanna touch the sky.
Charmin Ultra Soft is irresistibly soft and more absorbent, so you can use less. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Now, Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson. The 1620 The Zone.
bumps their head up against the ceiling and says, yeah, we're good. We don't need to win
See,
anymore.
now I think we learned why I didn't find it very funny. Now, Nick got the bit. That was an open.
Oh,
But
you
see,
didn't understand the Hogan's Heroes.
and I think that's where some of your comedy loses me, is that it's referencing things from 50 years
You should
ago.
watch Hogan's Heroes.
I don't
It's
have the
about
time.
making fun of Nazis,
You know,
Josh.
I hate Nazis.
But this is the problem with
The under.
y'all's generation is you don't appreciate things that happen before you. I mean, I didn't grow up with Andy Griffith, but I know what Andy Griffith
I've
is.
watched
And I know-
Cheers. I liked Cheers.
My dad and I used to watch Hogan's Heroes all the time.
John, I don't have time to watch Hogan's Heroes.
No, I wasn't saying you.
I watched Happy Days. I watched I
and
Love
that's-
Lucy. I watched shows from before my day.
How
I
did,
watched
how
Alien.
did you know about I Love Lucy, but not Hogan's Heroes?
It wasn't on Nick at Night or whatever. I watched I Love Lucy with my mom. I didn't watch Hogan's Heroes.
But you weren't even aware of it?
I mean, I've heard the title Hogan's Heroes before. I thought it was
It's
about
about
Hulk Hogan.
It's about a. It's
Let's
about
say the
a,
N-word,
It's
brother.
about a prisoner of war camp and the guy and the
POW.
Guys, yeah, and Hogan, who is the American colonel,
Brother.
It's an inside operation where they're constantly sabotaging German stuff from inside, and they've got tunnels. It's actually
very
and
funny.
all the Germans are really dumb.
Yes,
That's funny. That's
Yes.
funny. I just didn't get the bit.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyway,
What happened with Michigan? What's the latest with the Wolverines?
I don't know. We're gonna have time to get to all
I was
this.
going to say, I mean, first of all, so you didn't even have manifesto.
No.
There is according to friend of the Grum, Richard Johnson, he apparently was working on a 600-page manifesto to run the program in the future using data on about 500 Navy players to inform a recruiting theory.
So Stallion dreams of being the Michigan head coach.
Yeah, well, I hope that his dream is now done because he ain't going to be the head coach of Michigan tomorrow
No.
or ever.
No.
Tomorrow or ever.
I did not know that.
Mhm.
That's great. I often kind of make fun of the Biffs in the basement.
Yeah, you do. See, and I defend them because I was born on the message boards.
That was one of your problems.
I love the message boards.
That's, maybe
The Husker subreddit
maybe
wanted to do an AMA with me one time. I just never responded.
Maybe if what?
And ask me anything.
Oh,
yeah. It's like a
if
mailbag.
I
but
were
for
your
Reddit.
parents, that's what I would blame for you not having a cheeseburger until you were 22.
The message boards?
He was raised on the message board.
Mm.
That's what I would have done. But somebody on VolQuest,
this is crazy,
which is the Red Sea Scrolls of
Tennessee,
the Tennessee world. The username is Arnie Palmy Alert. Had a post on December the 1st of this last year. Said one of my brother's friends is a scout for them being Michigan. They paid him to travel to the UT Vandy game. Had it planned before the loss, obviously, to try to steal our signs. He's from Nashville originally, so he just went anyway, even after our loss, since it was Thanksgiving. Says he and others are never allowed to talk to Harbaugh directly about it. So he's claiming that he knows of somebody who was paid to go to the Tennessee game. And the reason why Tennessee is mentioned, at one point, they were in the playoff conversation.
They had one loss at the time that this guy was going to go to that game, and then they lost to South Carolina.
Then a few weeks later in January, Arnie Palmy Alert
nice.
said, no clue if related, but I posted on here a couple months ago about a mutual friend of mine that was working for Michigan, going to other schools' games, stealing plays. They'd pay his flights, lodging, food, and seats right behind that team's bench for him to get video, notes, etc. Michigan is pulling out all the stops, it seems. Check my history to confirm if you want. Guy had tickets to our game at Vandy as they'd already been paid for his stuff, thinking they'd see us in the playoffs before we lost to South Carolina.
So how about that?
How about that? There was also this. Nick, do you have my audio? Yes, you do. Thank you.
Is this more from Hogan's Heroes?
No. This is from college football writer and Michigan author John U. Bacon.
I've read two of his books. One of them was about Michigan. One of them was about the Big Ten.
As all good Michigan people do.
And I have a third book of his. I just haven't read it yet.
Well, he was on 97.1 The Fan in Columbus. That's enemy territory.
Whoa, what are you doing, John?
Listen to what he had to say about where some of this information is coming from. Oh, I thought you had it. There we go.
They're getting leaked like crazy from the NCAA. Watch a guy named Jim Stapleton. Jim Stapleton is a Michigan alum. who blackballed Harbaugh when he was trying out for the Vikings because Jim was on the board of the Minnesota Vikings. He now got himself onto the NCAA infractions committee, and he hates Jim Harbaugh. It doesn't matter who the source is. If it's right or wrong, if Michigan did it, they'll pay a price. That's not the point. You can't kill the messenger. But as far as the leaking goes, I would guarantee you that's where it's coming from. So, and Michigan's got the gag order. So in the meantime, what you get is a flood of negative information on Michigan, obviously. And then it does not go back the other way. So we'll see what happens.
So he's saying that there's a guy on the NCAA infractions committee who has it out for Harbaugh. And that's why some of the details of this story are getting out.
So, and that's interesting. And I know we'll talk about this more later because I think we're in agreement that we don't expect the NCAA to be the one that does anything in the 2023 college football season.
I mean, honestly, I don't think based on their bylaws, they really can.
Yes. So would they be able to provide enough info that then the Big Ten conference would be willing to do something?
And by
that's
the way,
the question.
The commissioner has the authority to levy fines himself or recommend major disciplinary action like suspensions. So he can act on behalf of the Big Ten.
Yeah.
But that would be Big Ten things. I don't think they could keep Michigan out of the playoff. They could keep Michigan out of the conference championship game.
Correct. And
if that was something they're going to do, I believe they can also levy fines.
Yes, but they cannot keep them out of the playoff. So if they're wanting Michigan to miss the playoff, the thing that they're going to have to do is lose once or twice in the regular season, so then they don't win the division. And most likely it's just one particular time. But he doesn't lose to that team. They beat Ohio State.
Because they cheat.
By the way, we don't have time for this because we have Shave coming up in 5 seconds. Kyle Shanahan says Brock Purdy is in concussion protocols for the 49ers at this moment in time. This according to Adam Schefter.
Well,
Sam Darnold. Bill Simmons was right. It's time for Sam Darnold.
Who do Frisco has Cincinnati this week?
Cincinnati. Yeah. A game we will not get to watch in Omaha, as we will discuss in a little bit in Fired Up for Football.
But Mike Schaefer is coming up next here on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, everyone. Josh Peterson here for my friends at Union Omaha. Speaking of President C, Marty Cordero, he's going to join the program in about 40 minutes. We will talk about the big one that is coming up on Saturday, the 28th, 4:30 in the afternoon. Union Omaha in the playoffs. They are the regular season champs of USL League One for the second time in the last 3 seasons. They're the first team to do it twice, and they enter on a 14-match winning streak. On top of that, they have a bevy of records for themselves: most points in a single season, most goals per match in a single season, etc. They are on a incredible streak right now with these 14 straight, and they would love to have your support. Always a fun atmosphere, whether it's you and a friend, you and a significant other, the entire family, or heck, you just stop them by yourself. You're going to have an awesome time. The tailgate scene is always super fun, and this will be a 4:30 match in the afternoon. How do you buy tickets? Well, throughout the week, the box office is open from noon until 5 o'clock at Warner Park, or you can stop by 3 hours prior on match day, which means 1:30 when you can get those tickets in person. Or as always, you can just log on to unionomaha.com. Buy the tickets today. The playoffs begin on Saturday at unionomaha.com.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Hey, Tapper, for the FanDuel Sportsbook, jump into NBA action this season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. You know about that deal. Plus, there's more. All customers get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel, when they place a $5 bet on the NBA. That way, you can watch all the action as you bet on everything from point spreads to player props. Best of all, you'll get your winnings paid out instantly on the lovely FanDuel Sportsbook app. Don't miss your chance to get $200 in bonus bets plus 3 months of NBA League Pass only with FanDuel. Visit FanDuel.com/Happer and tip off the NBA season the right way. FanDuel, official partner of the NBA. 21 and over, present in Iowa. New customer offer, first online real money wager only. Refund issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. All customer offer, $5 NBA wager required. Limit 1 pass per customer across both offers. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See full terms for both offers at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF. NBA League Pass, local blackout restrictions apply.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here with why I chose Everlevel Concrete Repair for my driveway. They do it all. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, protect the finished product from deterioration, and all at a fraction of the price of replacement. It's not a Band-Aid like other repair methods. Everlevel's products are designed to last, which is why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Better yet, it all comes with a transferable warranty. Protect your concrete before winter. Call Everlevel today for your free inspection. Everlevel. They make your driveway Everlevel. Level up.
Join us for the Hoodies for Hope clothing drive in support of the Salvation Army Omaha Winter Night Watch program. From now through October 25th, we're looking for donations of hoodie sweatshirts or other winter clothing items that we'll hand out this coming winter season to those experiencing homelessness. You can drop off new, unworn sweatshirts and other winter items at 2 convenient locations in town or donate online. Just go to salarmyomaha.org for all the details. That's salarmyomaha.org. Thank you for your support of the Hoodies for Hope clothing drive.
The 16th ranked Ohio State Buckeyes are coming to town to take on your undefeated and 20th ranked Omaha Mavericks hockey team Friday and Saturday at Baxter Arena. Friday is 90s night. Wear your best 90s outfit and get your tickets now by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tickets. Single game basketball tickets are now on sale. Get your men's and women's season and single game tickets now by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tickets.
Meet Bruce.
Hey there.
He's a busy soccer dad who's trying hard to learn the game.
Go for the end zone.
Whoops. Luckily, other things come easy, like banking with Chase. On a tip from his banker, he set up AutoSave in the Chase mobile app. So what are you saving for, Bruce?
Father-daughter soccer camp.
Smart bankers, convenient tools, one bank with the power of both. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
AutoSave requires a Chase checking and savings account. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres? In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. And now try Babbel for free by texting TRAVEL to 64,000. Text TRAVEL to 64,000. That's TRAVEL to 64,000.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone. Mike
Right
Schaefer.
value, Viking.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
Never feel remotely anything other than just this is awesome with a playoff.
Mike Schaefer.
Last week, I was accused of sounding like I had done a line of illegal drug.
Mike Schaefer.
It's funny, inside of that open, Schaefer was defending the 13-4 Vikings. Well, this year's Vikings have a worse record, but look better than last year's Vikings because they beat Frisco.
They
Congratulations, Schaefer, who happens to be wearing his old school Viking trucker hat.
What a hat.
Yeah, I decided to sitting over here on the Coors banquet fridge that was given to me as a wedding gift from Verse. I decided to take it off the fridge and put it on.
I love it.
It goes well with the olive shirt that I have on as well. Good color combo there.
You earned it.
Earn this.
And then
it's a nice win.
And now you've concussed Brock Purdy, apparently.
Yeah, what the hell, man?
He's in the protocol.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we just found out before we came back.
Mm-hmm.
That seems to be not how it should work, right? Like, he's in the protocol, but played every snap of the game.
Yeah, I said to John off the air, Shape, I said, Did it happen on Monday? Because obviously he played all the snaps, as you just said, and John said it had to have. They didn't practice yesterday.
Yeah.
I guess they, unless it happened in practice today, but he probably wears the green jersey.
I'm trying to think of if there was like a big hit that he took at any point in time. He got sacked, I think, a couple times. He got the early in the second half, they had a play where he tried to throw it away. They called it a fumble. I don't know why. I saw that happen in Louisiana Tech and New Mexico State last night. Why I had that game on, I'll let you guys figure out. But it was on my television. And at one point, Hank Bachmeier from Louisiana Tech just like chucks the ball over to the sidelines, and the officials just don't make a call. New Mexico State just kind of like picks it up, but they don't know if they're supposed to run with it. Then they just sort of like jog out of it. It was a very weird. And then they gave him the ball, and then they reviewed it, and they gave it back to Louisiana Tech. So yeah, I don't know when Purdy would have been concussed. If I know anything about how this works, they'll put in a new rule in the NFL because of it. Because when Aaron Rodgers was gently pushed out of bounds by Anthony Barr, they made it this whole thing about how quarterbacks get tackled. And so I'm sure this will happen for Brock Purdy now. Anything that happens in that building, it's a cause for the
house of horrors.
Oh, I see. This is a Viking conspiracy. I thought maybe it was just, I didn't know if Purdy had raised to the level, because they got the Brady rule in because, he got dove, his knees got dove at.
Yeah.
And, I didn't realize Purdy had been elevated to that level, but no, this is
he is the GOAT.
This is a Viking thing.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, and I didn't realize this at the time. I knew, at least in recent memory, I could not think of when Minnesota had lost to San Francisco at home. Turns out it hadn't happened in over 30 years. 1992 was the last time the San Francisco 49ers have come into Minnesota and won a football game.
There was that famous one with Brett Favre. Remember that one? Yeah.
Oh, that was awesome.
That was a great game.
And then I think Jimmy G, his first year after the 7-0 run, they came in the first week of the season and he had like a fumble. He had a fumble inside the 5-yard line that he didn't feel was a fumble. And then I think he tore his ACL in that game too or something. So, the Vikings 49ers when played in Minnesota has gone Minnesota's way more often than not. And then of course played out in the Bay. I don't know when the last time Minnesota's went out there. So
doesn't happen very often. Oh, John's calling somebody.
Stan, we need to move the team to Minneapolis.
I'm fairly certain your head coach was the one who designed all the offensive play calls that Minnesota ran that had not run all year.
Dude, he seriously texted me on Monday and he goes, I think that my coach called John's coach and he got some play designs for this game.
He might have. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, they're good friends. And, as you know, 3/5 of the league's coaches come off the McVay tree somehow.
Tree. I mean, it's so funny.
Stupid.
Hey, it's a good tree if you're taking on the 49ers, apparently.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you think Nebraska still reaches 6? How much and what confidence level, how much that confidence level take a hit after the news on Monday?
Not at all. I mean, it doesn't. I have no expectation change whatsoever for Nebraska because of their offensive linemen being hurt. Maybe with Billy Kemp being out, it makes it that much harder at wide receiver. But I guess, and I'm not trying to say this in any kind of glib fashion, but do we really perceive the drop off to be that severe for an offensive line that, whenever you ask anyone this year, they can't say that they played well. The best I can get either Brunts or BC to do is give me a hemming and a hawing and then say that they played okay or that they played fine. So I guess to me, unless it's just completely terrible, the idea that Turner Corcoran's being traded out for Teddy Prohaska doesn't feel like a huge significant drop off unless it actually is a huge significant drop off. And let me remind you, Corcoran I think posted a 0.0 PFF grade earlier this year in pass protection. So again, and that might have been the same game where Teddy Prohaska came in and looked worse. I'd have to go back and check on that, but that Michigan game didn't go well. But this is, to me, this is a big opportunity for Teddy Prohaska to kind of earn back the sort of acclaim and excitement and everything everyone had about him over these next 5 games. I mean, it might not start right away on Saturday, but if he can continue to kind of slowly develop and play at least adequate to well, that would be big for Nebraska, because then they would have a left tackle for the 2024 season. Like, and this isn't an insignificant thing. And then Justin Evans-Jenkins is a guy that the staff really likes a lot. He's someone that, is always sort of fascinating. The reason he ended up at Nebraska, Scott Frost really liked him, regarded him as, a guy that he was surprised other teams had moved off of. And then he kept Nebraska involved in that one. And he basically was kind of the driving catalyst in getting Justin Evans-Jenkins to Lincoln for a visit and ultimately a commitment. And I think he really liked his wrestling background. So that's a guy that this staff has really sort of embraced, and that's going to be your left guard. And then, of course, Henry Lutovsky's played enough. He's going to step in for New LA at right guard. So I'm not doom and gloom about Nebraska's offensive line, because I was never pie in the sky either about Nebraska's offensive line.
All right, so let's prepare the takes in advance.
Okay.
Let's pretend that either the offensive line, we don't really notice them in a bad way, or it maybe looks better. Is that more of an indictment on the guys being replaced, or should we look at it from the standpoint of,
why weren't they starting in the first place?
Well, you could, but you could also look at it as, Uncle Don might have something going on here in terms of development.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. I mean, this isn't even the first time that we would be in that conversation, because after Nebraska rolled Northwestern in 2021 and they unveiled their new look left side with Teddy Prohaska and Nori Newelli, it was like, oh, well, what did they discover here that they didn't have previously? And so I don't really know what to make of it. I mean, I don't think it's going to dramatically affect Nebraska's offense one way or the other. I have heard people speculate they think Nebraska will actually look better on the offensive line, which I think would be a welcome sight for all parties. But I don't know what to make with it. And I don't think anyone over there even has the time to really contemplate or be concerned about it, because they've adopted and have implemented the next man up mentality in that entire offensive unit. And so I see no reason why it would be different with the offensive line.
Shafe, given how obvious, or maybe how it could have seemed obvious to make a change at quarterback on Saturday, not to mention what Satterfield said yesterday, have you kind of moved on from the idea that could happen within a game, that like Jeff Sims could end up playing? Or is it just that they're still, I don't know, waiting for like the bottom to really fall out? Because I just thought that there was a couple of moments where they could have said, okay, now let's try something different, and yet they still haven't.
I think this is sort of an important thing for people to potentially grasp. They didn't bench Jeff Sims when he threw the 3 picks against Minnesota. They didn't bench Jeff Sims against Colorado. He left because of injury. Maybe they're just not the type of coaching staff that just is going to bench a guy in the run of play during a game to appease a fan base that's notoriously fickle, that wanted the first guy benched and now wants the first guy back in as a starter. So I almost wonder if maybe it's just not part of their thought process. Like am I out on a limb on that one? Because Sims was terrible for both games and they didn't make a move. Harburg wasn't good at all against Northwestern. Well, I shouldn't say at all. He wasn't good at times against Northwestern.
It was definitely his
he
worst
wasn't
game
good at times against Illinois.
No.
But I continue to basically view it as, I don't think they're going to bench the guy that's their best player on offense for someone that it still remains a question if he can run as well as Harburg does. And if it's beneficial to even make that move at this point with the players that he would be working with. Because if you don't have 100% legs from Jeff Sims, you're then benching to utilize the arm of Jeff Sims without your top 3 wide receivers, without, I think there's some real question as to what you're getting there at this point. So for me, more than anything though, I continue to just come back with the idea they're comfortable with what Heinrich Harburg is. They're comfortable with what the limitations are, and they are trying to work around that as much as possible while continuing to utilize him at quarterback. Everything else with Jeff Sims is a big question. I mean, if I was Jeff Sims, I don't think I would want to play unless I knew I was going to be the starter, because what value of it is it to me if I'm going to graduate and have 2 years of eligibility and redshirt this year? So, I mean, there's a lot of weird conversations that happen in these types of situations. And if Nebraska's not committed to making Jeff Sims a starter, he's got effectively one game left that they can use before he's right there at that redshirt point. So it's a weird, it's a weird deal. Like everything else with this offense, it's a conversation inside a problem, inside a dumpster, out at sea, on fire.
You just brought something up there, and all the changes that have been made the last 5 years in college football. I think the 4-game redshirt one would be the one I would like to take back.
Oh, yeah?
I'm not a big fan.
How come?
That's a cop-out. I mean, you either have 4 years of eligibility or you have 4 years of eligibility.
See,
right?
I would like to go back in time and all the nice things I said about the COVID year of eligibility,
Yes.
I would like to erase.
Well, and that too.
Yeah, that thing sucks.
Because that maybe more than anything that has happened has caused more issues on the front end, on the back end. And the smart people predicted all of this, right? And the dumb people like me were like, it's fine. Let them have their year, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's a seismic problem. It really is.
Yeah.
And it's still going to be into effect until the end of 2025.
Crazy.
I did want to sneak in a recruiting question because Nebraska is bringing in a defensive back who's already committed to Maryland, Larry Tarver Jr. And, of course, last week, it happened after we signed off on Friday, the big news that Caleb Benning made his decision and is coming to Nebraska. Nebraska's got a pretty full class of DBs. So what do you think the justification is here on yet another defensive back and trying to get a flip within the league? Is it just the philosophy of, hey, you can't have enough of these kind of players?
Yeah, it's interesting. I was talking with our director of recruiting at 24/7 and Andrew Ivins, who covers the Florida area, and Larry Tarver Jr. goes to Norland High School. And prior to this year, he was at a really small school, and Norland went and plucked him because they thought that he was a big fish in a small pond, and they wanted him to play in their secondary, and they have state title aspirations and everything else. And it sounds like Tarver is built to almost be, and this is sort of an NFL mentality, he's built to be an interior defensive back, like a nickel or a dime defensive back in certain coverages. And this kind of goes back to what I've seen with Nebraska in terms of recruiting, where they're not afraid to approach this in the same way that a manager in baseball might approach two outfielders that are opposite-handed, that only hit opposite-hand pitching well. Like, it just feels like they are going to utilize the full effect of their 85 scholarships and whatever NIL scholarships. If there's a guy who has a certain skill set and they feel like it's lacking on their roster, and if they think Larry Tarver could be an interior corner and they don't have guys that they're super comfortable with that, then they might just move forward with it. And so we saw that with the offer to Trey Richardson a week before, the junior college receiver. That'd be much more of a punt returner, kick returner than he probably would be in terms of getting 40, 50 snaps on offense as a receiver if you were to come to Nebraska. So I think some of it right now is a sort of cycle through their roster is figuring out, okay, where can we shore up depth? Where can we add a piece that we don't currently have? James Williams, Brunt's talked about this on our podcast this week. James Williams, the defensive lineman that they brought in after having him in their camp this summer, they brought him in specifically to be a pass rushing specialist. He's not playing on first down or second down when they're expecting runs. He's in when it's 3rd and long. He's in when it's 3rd and 7. And his job is to get to the quarterback. And so the specialization of some of what they're doing with the roster seems a little notable to me. And I think that that's what a Larry Tarver would be. It's to go get yourself a guy that could really be an effective inside corner. He may not be able to help you if, you need to put him on the outside. He may not be as good there, but it could be helpful. And then, of course, the other corners that they have in this class, they have Mario Buford, and there's no issues there. But Evan Taylor was an outside corner that they really liked. Well, he had a knee injury. He's out for the rest of his senior season. So this could be a case of you're trying, and he was here this past weekend, so it's not like they're dropping him. But you might just be trying to make sure that your numbers are still going to be good. And I don't know how Evan Cooper feels about his young corners either. I mean, that might be an area where you could see some guys enter the portal because maybe they're not going to end up playing. And I mean, we all saw the exchange with him and Sincere Safuya on Twitter, and Josh Mitchell got involved in that too. So who knows with their defensive backs and how they feel about things.
Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. All right. Well, the thing lost in all of the Vikings stuff is all of a sudden, maybe Detroit does have a team that's going to contend with them in this division.
No. They have their Super Bowl parade. Josh was texting me 2 weeks ago about, what do you think now about them Lions?
All I asked was, what do you think? Because they were 5-1, and you were like, they stink. You kept saying that all
I didn't say they stunk. I said that they beat up bad teams. They went on the road. They played the Ravens. They got their ass kicked. And that's what happened.
And I mean, I
Seems
get
like some goalposts moving.
I get they're division rivals and all, but man, the Lions. If there's a fan base that's been more tortured than even the Vikings,
it's the Lions.
It'd be the Lions.
Yeah,
I thought
there'd be make the playoffs to be tortured.
People are joyful about things. He says, "Stop it with your joy. Remove the joy out of this."
Well,
I'm just trying to prevent the unnecessary crowning of a team that's not quite there to be crowned yet.
Okay.
I'd like them to earn their crown.
I sit next to Josh every day, and he keeps talking about
who am I crowning?
Dallas.
I don't crown them. They suck.
See, he does. This is what he does. He does opposite day.
No, I don't. They're bad. They're not going to do
The Josh that I talked to on Sunday does not believe in the Cowboys.
I do not believe in them. And there's
they
no
didn't even play Sunday.
I still don't believe in them.
I still don't believe in Dan Campbell, but that's apparently a controversial take.
That's where I disagree with Shafe. I think he's been a great franchise builder. I think he's a great.
I want to say it was almost a year to the date that the Lions lost 34-0 to the Patriots a year ago. So maybe they just have some problem with the middle of October and playing teams from the AFC. That could be their issue.
Maybe that's what it is. Good teams get blown out sometimes. It's okay.
That's not what I heard with Minnesota last year. Repeatedly. No one was like, oh, it's okay. You lost big to the best team that you played so far. And sorry, I don't count the Chiefs without Travis Kelce or Chris Jones, the best team that the Lions have played. So, I'm just trying to the spirit of
holding
how
people accountable. That's what you are. Holding people accountable.
Yeah, that's what I do. Nice. I don't hold myself accountable, but the people I will hold accountable.
All right. All right, Shafe, we'll have a great week, rest of your week, and we'll catch up next week.
All right, guys, have a good one.
There he is. Shafe. Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7.
What a guy.
Still to guess. Always a great guy. And still to come.
What do we have?
Well,
Presidency.
Oh, yes, Marty Cordero is coming up.
Yep.
So is that next or
no,
is it
3:30?
3:30. Thank you. I didn't have it on my board.
Yeah.
Coming up next, the New York Times had an interesting story.
They did.
Regarding NIL and dodging the tax man. Coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
So let me tell you a couple of the things that happened to Memorial Stadium as they were building it. Rain plagued the project. At one point, there were 6 feet of water inside the stadium. 2 months before the stadium was set to open, a tornado destroyed some of the wooden forms used to pour sections of the concrete stands.
Material was picked up and moved, and in some places, the wind dipped down below the surface of the ground and picked up heavy material and tossed it about like eggshells.
I like when they compare stuff to stuff.
The Connor Happer Show, weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone.
The following is a test of the KOZN emergency system equipment. The data tones you just heard are used in the emergency alert system. This concludes testing of the KOZN emergency alert system equipment. This station serves the Nebraska Operational Area Number 1.
Your Omaha area forecast presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Cloudy skies for this afternoon with a high today of 67. Winds will shift out of the southeast up to 10 miles an hour. A chance of showers with a few isolated rumbles of thunder this afternoon and tonight. A low by tomorrow morning of 62 degrees with more rain and a few storms possible. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Visit Sid Dillon Chevrolet, Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer, to find the perfect vehicle for wherever your plans take you. Shop SidDillonChevy.com. Chevy, find new roads.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
Coach Vince Ginta breaks down the Northwestern game and previews Purdue Thursday at Holy Ghost Church on 52nd and Q. Doors open at 5, program starts at 7, and it's only $10 for adults, $5 for children. Sponsored by Jones Barrel Company and Beer City.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Nate Bargatze, the Be Funny Tour.
I mean, Chuck E. Cheese is rough. I don't know if you've been there in a while. They look like they're trying to go to business and they can't.
All new material.
They filed for bankruptcy and they're still open. They called Blockbuster and they're like, how do you get out? We want out.
Nate Bargatze, Friday, February 9th, CHI Health Center. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com. Produced by Outback Presents. Don't miss Nate Bargatze, the Be Funny Tour.
It started in Lincoln. Now it's in Omaha. It's Muchachos. At the heart of Muchachos is family. Muchachos uses new Mexican flavors with smoked barbecue passed down from generations. This flavor sensation is called New Mexican Barbecue Fusion. Come get your eat on and nosh on slow smoked pork brisket, chicken, queso, and mac. Try the fan favorite Hatch Mac Burrito with a craft beer or margarita. Muchachos is south of the Old Market at 1285 South 13th Street, or check them out at yomuchacho.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres? In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. And now try Babbel for free by texting TRAVEL to 64,000. Text TRAVEL to 64,000. That's TRAVEL to 64,000.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
And the size of that thing. Oh, massive.
On 1620, The Zone.
You know what? I mean,
What?
I blew it. I blew it here.
Well, were you going to play something?
Well, yeah, because
Wow.
we have a theme for this.
Is this like the segment before content yesterday all over again? Or are you going to get triggered now and walk around and press the F9 key again?
Oh, go ahead, John. Play the theme.
Why does it bother you, John Bishop?
Because I'm an American taxpayer. And
what does that have to do with this?
Well,
why does it
did
bother
you
you?
read this story, man?
I did, John. That was asking a question so you could tell people.
Well,
John, what does that have to do with this?
Well, the New York Times did a story how rich donors and loose rules are transforming college sports, and it's about NIL. And really, one of the main through lines in this story is many of these collectives partner with charitable organizations. And so when the money is donated, it's technically donated through the charity. Thus, because it's charity.
Oh, that's right. You hate the write-off.
It is tax deductible.
I always
and
forget
then
that you hate the write-off.
I would invite anybody, Nick, what is your number one problem with taxes and the rich?
That they don't pay enough.
Josh,
good take.
Welcome to the conservative point of view.
No, I'm just making fun of you.
I mean, this is literally it. This is literally
this.
it. This is people being able now to donate, get it as a tax write-off, where in the past it was all underhanded crap anyway.
Yeah.
So they're actually benefiting from this. The rich are paying fewer taxes because of schemes like this.
So you welcome to the liberal movement, John. Lefty John.
I've always said we need to clean
man
up.
of multitudes,
I've always
John
said we
Bishop.
need to clean up the tax code.
Live John.
But
is
here's
back.
the
Good
thrust
take,
of the
John.
story. So again, you donate.
Yeah.
Now this is not all collectives, but I believe the Trimes said up to 40. Wasn't it like 40-ish
I didn't have that
collectives
part saved. But
were
yeah.
tied in
Yeah.
to a for-profit. So what happens is you donate, then the money actually comes from the charitable organization to the NIL to the collective
to 1890
to the player,
and then to the player itself. Yeah.
And that's why some people are able to get it written off. But this was particularly interesting. There was a piece on here about Cade McNamara.
Yes,
McNamara.
America.
Of course, Iowa's transfer quarterback. And McNamara said the money was an explicit part of his search for a new school, got an offer from a collective at the University of Iowa called the Swarm. Said, quote, once it was put into writing, that's when I knew I knew what I would be getting if I went to Iowa. And that's what he agreed upon. The Swarm Collective said its charitable arm had hired Mr. McNamara to have a job delivering meals to seniors and visiting children in hospitals. It pays about $600 an hour.
An hour, John. An hour.
The group also has a for-profit arm, Swarm Inc., which pays him even more to make ads for the collective's corporate supporters.
You need one of those jobs.
NCAA rules prohibit collectives from offering compensation as a recruitment tool. Despite Mr. McNamara's assertion that the collective offered him a job before he transferred, the collective denied doing so.
Yeah, I'm sure they did.
They all do.
Mm-hmm. How about this one? As the sun settled over the water. This is later in the story. I think this is maybe the very end. James Franklin, Penn State's head coach, grabbed a microphone to deliver a message to the 100 or so people there. He needed their help against his main recruiting rivals, Ohio State, Michigan, and Notre Dame. Quote, we've got to be able to offer a package similar to those other places so that money does not become a factor, end quote, Mr. Franklin said. And John, I believe in the color of this part of the story, it mentioned that there were current Penn State players also at this event, which just, again, I understand that this happens and it doesn't bother me, but it is just, I feel like that's kind of awkward that he is like speaking to boosters in an event that current college football players are at saying, please, we need more of your money so we can beat Ohio State on the football field.
So here's the description through the article, how this Penn State collective works. The collective itself is not a tax-exempt charity. They, the collective, tell their donors that their gift can still be tax deductible if they route their money through an affiliated charity called the BPS Foundation. It's one of the more than 60 collectives that offer donors tax deductions, either because the collective itself has been approved for charitable status by the IRS or because the collective partners with an outside charity. Dick Stewart, who attended this event that you were quoting from, this Happy Valley United fundraiser, said, if it's not a 501c3, I'm not going to give money to it. Stewart, an estate planning lawyer, donated $10,000 to Happy Valley United in June from a foundation he runs that was created by a deceased client who was a Penn State graduate. So again, what used to be the $100 handshake and was all under the table now is above the table and is now tax deductible in many locations. This is my big problem.
This is your big problem.
Yes, that
more
basically
than like this is the thing that bothers you most about NIL.
As a tax-paying American, yes.
Interesting. I just didn't realize that. Interesting.
Yes. It should not be a tax deduction to pay a college kid to play football. I'm sorry. It shouldn't.
And the schools should just do it
And the
themselves.
fact that these collectives are basically using charitable organizations as human tax shields.
Mm-hmm. You wonder how much longer this lasts. Again, I mean, this is all going to meet at some point in time where the universities themselves are the ones that are paying the players. One more piece of color from this story. The average starter at a big-time football program now takes in about $103,000 a year, according to Open Doors, a company that processes payments to the players for the collectives. This year, Open Doors said it expects to process over $100 million in payments for athletes, with about 80% coming through collectives. 80% of so that'd be $80 million.
And if you're wondering, well, what's the problem if they use the charitable organizations?
What's the problem, John?
Isn't it nice? Well, here's an anecdote from Tom Dieters, who's a Michigan State alum living in Florida.
Okay.
He said, I'll call my friends and we'll get a bunch of money and pay football players. He began hiring Spartan athletes, like the football player that early in the story, there was an anecdote about a Michigan State starter who's making $750,000.
Mm-hmm.
Like the football player making $750,000 to work for a charity he runs. Their job, such as it is to promote the charity through their social media posts. The requirement is 1 post a month.
Man, that's a great deal. Wow. I want to get $750K for a tweet a month.
Here's the damning part. Mr. Dieter said his goal is to make sure players are happy. He concedes that the posts from the players don't actually do much to help his charity, which is focused on estate planning. Mr. Dieter's quote, "Who are their followers? Kids age, right? That's not exactly our target market."
You know, real quick, one of the things that I find interesting is like 1890 has been doing a ton of ads on radio stations. And
they're on billboards everywhere.
Yeah. Okay, 1890. Are they really hoping for like your $5, my $10, Nick's 20 cents? No, they want the big fish
on a good week.
Yeah, on a good week. Yeah, exactly. Like they want the big fish. So I find that interesting.
The real
too.
big fish.
Yeah, that's a band.
That is.
There you go. 2 E's though in real.
Now,
right?
Here's
Yes.
one more thing before we go to break. Nick, you'll like this.
Will I?
Is it the definition of objective versus subjective?
I don't like that, John.
NIL is the greatest wealth distribution in the history of the United States next to Social Security and welfare, said Jason Belzer, whose company runs collectives at more than 40 schools. Quote, "The majority of it is going to young African-American males and females from lower socioeconomic strata, and it is coming from white wealthy donors." They're basically describing it, NIL, as welfare.
That's a tough look.
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
It really paints a very less than savory picture of the whole enterprise. And I don't have a problem with the players getting something for what they do more than just the room, books, and board, because the money they're
the
generating,
product. They are the entertainment.
The problem.
They are the content.
The problem is, in typical college sports fashion, we're doing it in such a underhanded, seedy, corrupt way versus just doing it the right way and saying, you know what? These guys are employees. These guys and gals are employees. And they should be treated as such and be given the benefits of employees.
Man, they just don't want to have to pay themselves. They love being able to hide behind all this.
And they are. And
they will.
Congratulations. Now, many of you who are donating to this are getting a tax break from it. You're welcome.
Maybe you should start donating, John, because then you could get tax breaks.
I don't have a desire to pay college kids to play ball.
You know what sounds better than this? Student loan forgiveness.
That's a good take,
That would have
Nick.
benefited a lot of people, not
It
just
would've.
college athletes, John.
Let's talk to President C.
College
He
athletes.
would have given
college
us
athlete-
student loan forgiveness.
College athletes already get their student loans forgiven because they don't have any because they have scholarships.
Oh,
the
Bernie
ones that have
Sanders.
scholarships
The
have
1%.
scholarships.
1%.
All right, we'll be continuing with more next on 1620 The Zone.
Tom McCarthy here from Westwood One. Join me and Devin McCourty for Thursday Night Football this week from Buffalo. The Bills will take on the Buccaneers after falling to 4-3 last week with a loss to the Patriots. Tampa Bay also dropped a divisional game with a loss to the Falcons, knocking them out of the NFC South lead. Find out who gets the bounce-back win on Thursday Night Football.
If it's the NFL, it's on 1620 The Zone.
Our Cox mobile plans are like a band. The more people you add, the better it sounds. So, add more lines to save more. Pay as low as $30 per line when you add 4 or more gig unlimited lines. It's easy. I like the sound of that. Visit cox.com/mobile. 4 lines required for $30 per line. Price max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, which are subject to change. Cox postpaid internet required. Other restrictions apply.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Hey folks, Kent Pavelka again to tell you about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked, uneven concrete, Everlevel can fix it at a fraction of the cost compared to replacement. This is no Band-Aid. Their products are built to last. It gives your concrete the durable protection it needs, and there's still time. I chose Everlevel for my driveway, and I've got peace of mind with their long-term transferable warranty. Everlevel's products and customer service are top-notch, and that's why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Say it with me. Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel.
Sports fans, Let It Fly Sports Bar is your elevated sports bar experience. Located in the Capital District in downtown Omaha. Experience Let It Fly's unique brand of hospitality with 2 floors, 2 bars, 2 expansive outdoor patios, and an in-house podcast studio with live broadcast of the Let It Fly show. Hosted by me, Michael Severe, and Josh Jones. Host your next college game day watch party, private event, weekend brunch getaway, or a date night right here at the Let It Fly Sports Bar. Try our delicious brunch menu and reserve your seat for the game.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees. The Source. By your mom's house.
Coach Vince Ginta breaks down the Northwestern game and previews Purdue Thursday at Holy Ghost Church on 52nd and Q. Doors open at 5, program starts at 7, and it's only $10 for adults, 5 for children. Sponsored by Jones Barrel Company and Beer City.
Okay, everyone, gather around. It's time for corny jokes about passing the torch.
The team at Kirian's Welding was fused together solid.
Thanks for all the late nights and early shifts.
But double retirements mean the crew must bond with some certified new hires.
You've both gone the extra millimeter.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Join us for the Hoodies for Hope clothing drive in support of the Salvation Army Omaha Winter Night Watch program. From now through October 25th, we're looking for donations of hoodie sweatshirts or other winter clothing items that we'll hand out this coming winter season to those experiencing homelessness. You can drop off new, unworn sweatshirts and other winter items at 2 convenient locations in town or donate online. Just go to salarmyomaha.org for all the details. That's salarmyomaha.org. Thank you for your support of the Hoodies for Hope clothing drive.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
I'll watch.
Wow, that's what you want to hear?
I'll be rooting for the Rangers.
Oh, will you?
But I'll watch. Yeah.
Go AL, says John Bishop. Big AL guy. Let's go.
Call John Big
Well,
Al.
I mean, sadly,
call me.
Sadly,
Al.
There's not much of a difference between the AL and the NL anymore because
That's
the NL
true.
got rid of pitchers hitting.
Thank God. Thank
Because your generation, I need more offense.
Don't blame my
I need
generation.
more offense.
The designated hitter came into existence in the 70s, John. That is not my
Yeah,
generation.
when people were on acid,
That's literally your
dropping
generation.
acid.
Yeah,
Hey, I
John.
got an idea. Let's not let one of the players hit. I'm sorry. We were in the middle of a conversation off the air.
Yeah, we were.
That
Now let's
hasn't-
be in a conversation on the air.
That has nothing to do with the conversation we were about to have.
I'm sure he supports the AL as well.
Nope.
Oh,
President C, Marty Cordero of both your Omaha Storm Chasers and your Shield. You don't call it a Shield championship. It's just winning the Players Shield, correct?
That is correct. As I learn all of these new phrases, but I have to learn new phrases in baseball too because of all the changes the last 5 or 6 years. And
True.
no, I'm a National League guy.
Thank you.
And I believe if you can throw at batters 50, 60, 70, 120 pitches a game, you should have to stand in and hit yourself as well.
Exactly.
It's a little different take on pitchers batting, but a lot of people like the DH, the all DH. I'm not one of them. I still like a lot of the old school, baseball stuff, but that's just me.
Yeah. Well, there's a gentleman whose statue is outside of the facility that Marty works at, who was a pretty damn good hitter in his day, and he happened to be the pitcher.
Was.
Yeah, and I guarantee you, Bob Gibson would be like, "This is garbage. We should be hitting."
Yes, I heard him say that once.
There you go.
Yeah. I did.
The Bob Gibson statue will be wearing a Union Omaha. What's the phrase? Not uniform. I can't call it a uniform.
Oh, it's a kit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
To celebrate the Players' Shield, which means best regular season record, which means the road to the championship runs through
Omaha.
Warner Park.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does. It does. And it took me 4 years to realize that Bob Gibson's nickname, Hoot, obviously has a connection to the Owls and right here at Warner Park. So, we're excited about hosting our second semifinal in 2 years, obviously in 2 seasons ago in 21. But, before we get to that, just some of the stats this club set records this year: 65 points, most in a single season, 61 goals, most in a single season, 1.91 goals per match, most in a single season. 19 was tied for the most wins in a single season. So, this squad has done some amazing things on the field. And when you look at our 4 years, 1.77 points per match, best in league history, 48 goal differential, best in league history, and then 188 overall points, second most. So, what Coach Mim started on the field, Coach Casciato obviously has continued, and 4:30 p.m. we get to host Charlotte Independent.
Yeah, and the impressive thing, Marty, among the many impressive things, was the run in which the franchise went on towards the end of the season. 14 consecutive wins. Because I remember at various points talking about them, and it was like, hey, they're at this spot in the table, and then it just was a nice slow climb, culminating at the very end of the regular season with that success.
It was new coach, 60% new players, completely new system. Obviously, it was going to take some time. None of us knew if that was going to be May or if that was going to be July or if it was going to be, September. But it started clicking really in June. And then the wins started happening. Our last loss was July 22nd. This club hasn't lost it. Was that 3 months, 4 months? It's been a while. And, this squad is cruising. And I say this, and a lot of people roll their eyes at me when I say it, but I think one of the things that really helped this club was not having a deep U.S. Open Cup run this year like we did last year. It really took a lot of the wind out of our sails last year and tired legs. And we were first really up until the time the Open Cup ended. If you remember when we lost in June at Sporting KC, and then we stopped scoring goals last year. And by the end of the year, we just weren't fresh. This year's different. This club has continued to get stronger as the year has gone on. We scored more goals as the season has gone on. We've got, this club is fresh, and we're really excited about hosting.
And it will be again Saturday, 4:30 against Charlotte in the semifinals. Are there specials? Are you allowed to do specials because it's a playoff series? I don't. Sometimes that can be different in how things work. Are there other incentives for folks to come on Saturday?
I wouldn't say incentives other than come enjoy great weather. It's going to be nice and toasty on Saturday. No, all kidding aside. It's playoff soccer. It's playoff sports. It's an opportunity to support a professional club. And you'll see a lot of the same promotions and, music and smoke and all the same things you've become accustomed to witnessing. Those things remain the same. And then the League One final would be hosted here should we win on Saturday. It will be on Sunday, November 5th, late afternoon. We haven't officially announced the game time yet, but one thing at a time. But you're right. You said it first, John. The road to the championship comes through Warner Park, and that's why you play to win the Shield is to host, to get a bye the first round, and to host round 2, and then obviously the final.
Pretty impressive considering the youth of this organization. That this is the second time they've lifted the Shield and going to go for a league championship this year. And a huge match coming up Saturday, 4:30. And yes, we were kind of joking. The weather's not going.
Bring your blankets.
The weather's not going to be great, but it's
huge.
It's football weather.
Absolutely.
It is, and obviously the team store has scarves, hats, blankets, jackets, so if for some reason you haven't been out and you don't have union gear, you can get all of those things when you're here. But if not, the team store is open during the week 12 to 5 as well. So look, it's an opportunity. In 21, we didn't know if we would do it again in 22 or 23. It just happens to be 24 months later. And, we're excited to host whatever fans want to come out this Saturday afternoon. And you can get tickets now, unionomaha.com. And if you have questions, 402-738-5100, because there are a number of people that haven't experienced pro soccer yet, call the ticket office and ask questions and find out where those best seats are available for this weekend.
Absolutely. In fact, I'm on the ticket page right now. There's, of course, a very handy map. You can kind of look and see where everything is, pick the section you want, order your tickets, have them already in hand, and easy peasy. UnionOmaha.com. President C, good luck. Good luck to the guys.
Good luck to the lads.
So that we can have another match next weekend for
Absolutely.
all the marbles.
Yeah. Hopefully I'm talking to you guys again about this time next week.
Fantastic. Have a great one.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marty.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Yep. Marty Cordero, the president of your Union Omaha.
Money Chris emails in. John wanting pitchers to hit makes sense considering he considers Shohei Ohtani the greatest player of all time, right? Then he adds, wait, so John has opinions on basically the same subject that are complete opposition of each other. Many are saying, John, you love pitchers that hit except for the one pitcher who does hit.
I don't dislike him.
Interesting.
I don't dislike him at all.
Interesting. Nick, do you
I'm
think
sad
John
for him
dislikes
because he's just half a ball player.
Interesting.
He's just half a ball player now. He can't hit any.
Half a
But
ball
when he
player.
was a full ball player, your words, you didn't even like him.
Yeah, your words, not ours.
I didn't say anything about not liking him.
You called him washed up. You called him bad.
Never said he was bad.
Called him Shohei overrated.
Called him showy.
You called him showy.
Well,
That's true.
He was kind of a show off.
Was
I
he?
mean, if you have the ability to both pitch and hit at a high level, that's kind of showing off.
Or is it just being the best?
Yeah, maybe he's the goat.
The best around.
That was my issue. You can't call someone the best of all time when they have hardly accomplished anything from a historic perspective.
How long did it take before people started calling Tom Brady the goat?
Quite a while.
It took a while. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Took a while.
Quite a while.
Fair enough.
Well, speaking of Shohei Ohtani, things he won't be doing.
Oh, wow.
Playing in the World Series.
Neither will the Phillies, John.
Again.
Neither will the Phillies, John. Or the Cubs.
It's true.
Yeah.
But the Diamondbacks and the Rangers are.
Man, that's what makes the baseball playoffs awesome, is teams can go on a crazy run like this and make it all the way to the World Series.
Even if they have a dumb mascot that doesn't make any sense. Go Rangers.
Mike Farron is next. You know what? Farron can explain why they have a bobcat instead of a snake.
This will be a great question
because
for
there's
Farron.
probably bobcats in Arizona.
We'll find out next.
Well, there are. They have many creatures in Arizona. Mike Farron being one of them. 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center. Currently nothing major as far as accidents go. We are getting reports of delays on southbound 480 between Harney and Woolworth. Slow going on 72nd for both directions between L Street and Grover. And then if you're west on Dodge, delays start at 78th going all the way to at least 90th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Nanfito Heating and Cooling.
Don't get caught in the cold. Call Nanfito Heating and Cooling, your Rude Pro partner today. Now is the time to have Nanfito Heating and Cooling get your furnace in top shape. Nanfito services all brands of furnaces. Call today, 402-515-5050.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here with why I chose Everlevel Concrete Repair for my driveway. They do it all. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, protect the finished product from deterioration, and all at a fraction of the price of replacement. It's not a Band-Aid like other repair methods. Everlevel's products are designed to last, which is why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Better yet, it all comes with a transferable warranty. Protect your concrete before winter. Call Everlevel today for your free inspection. Everlevel. They make your driveway Everlevel. Level up.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
You know, if we know anything, it's that local matters. Local shops, local restaurants, even locally brewed beers. October is Drink Local Month. So the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild is challenging beer, seltzer, and cider drinkers like you to put your palate through its paces and drink local brews. Because seriously, Nebraska is really on the cutting edge when it comes to brewers who think outside the box. And besides, you really want to be drinking what they drink over in Iowa? Didn't think so. Click nebraska.beer to find brews near you.
Nachos Mexican Grill invites you to try its exquisite food, starting with its famous grilled chicken, slowly cooked over mesquite charcoal. Serve the way you like. Try it with different sauces, like mango habanero or the original flavor. This comes with 2 side dishes, like beans, rice, salad, and more. We have something for the steak lovers, too. Ask for the soft and juicy ribeye. Visit us at 5007 Grover Street and call to place your orders at 402-913-8146. 402-913-8146. Nachos Mexican Grill.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
Well, it's a patented key ingredient called testofen. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. It's backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text ALL to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 42424. That's ALL to 42424. Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620. The
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio. Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
In Phoenix, Arizona, home of the Arizona Diamondbacks, the National League pennant winners.
Or contested, how I
We call them champions around here.
Joining us after a whirlwind tour that took him to such exotic locales as Philadelphia, Pennsylvania,
where they eat poop,
and then back to Arizona
and the subcontinent.
Here he is, Mike Farron. That was, we were all kind of hoping, man, the atmosphere is going to be great. And it was. Don't get me wrong. It was exciting early. But, man, those last few innings, it almost kind of felt like a funeral was happening because Arizona silenced the Philly Nation.
I mean, think about what they did yesterday, too, right? They have a rookie who had, a half season's worth, basically, of big league starts, starting game 7 of a playoff game. And this was cool. You've been to enough major league games, John. I don't know that Josh has ever actually seen one in person, but
I tweeted a photo of Pittsburgh in April, Mike. Come on.
Generally the starting pitcher, starting pitchers walk out to the bullpen, right? And they're usually with the catcher or the pitching coach and, a bunch of people, right? So last night, everybody that was going to be in the bullpen walked out by themselves. And then about 2 or 3 minutes later, Brandon Pfaadt, this rookie right-hander that they started in game 7, walked across the field by himself from the third base dugout out to right center field, which is where the bullpen was. I haven't seen that very often where it's that long, slow walk. I certainly haven't seen it very often in a hostile environment like that with 40 some odd thousand people booing him as he was getting ready to go. I think they had 47.5 there last night. And then he goes out and very calmly punches out 7 and 4 innings to help set up their bullpen. And, they took him out of the game. I mean, that environment is like, I don't fully know how it's played on TV last year in the last 2 league championship series or in the World Series, because I've been fortunate enough to be there in it. And it's just like nothing else I've ever experienced. It's incredible. The Phillies fans are so passionate and they love that team so much. But to take the wind out of the sails the way they did was really, really impressive. And it was really cool.
What would Pfaadt's final numbers? Because I was listening in the middle innings. I was walking Wrigley and I was listening to the WIP broadcast. And I thought they had quoted something like, was it something like 9 innings, Pfaadt struck out 15?
16, I think, 16. Is what it was.
Yeah,
9 2/3 innings, 16 strikeouts. I think he had nine punches in game 3 and 7. And
this is the team, and we talked about it in, as the postseason started. Well, what are the Diamondbacks going to do once they get past Gallen and Kelly? Well, they found out they have.
Well, they went 1 and 3 in the starts from Gallen and Kelly. I mean, that's incredible, right? Like, think about this. Like they were prohibitive underdogs, right? 3rd lowest win total for a team to ever make the World Series, and they had 2 legitimate starters. They went 1 and 3 in those games. Corbin Carroll, their biggest star, didn't have an extra base hit in the series. And half of the 6 hits he ended up having in the National League Championship Series were in game 7. And Christian Walker, who was their 30 homer bat in the middle of the lineup, was a complete non-factor. Like, that's like 2 of their best offensive players and their 2 best starters were largely neutered in the series, and yet they still won. It was really incredible. And, you guys know I worked there for 6 years, and I still have a lot of friends on that coaching staff and in the organization, and have good relationships with a lot of the players. And that was, it was pretty emotional last night watching them, especially knowing what they'd gone through in COVID. COVID was not kind to the Diamondbacks organization. There were a lot of people in the front office, not the baseball side, but in the business side, that were let go, who had been there for a long time. They really wore it in 21 with a lot of exhausted people having to pull on double duty. And a lot of those people are still there. And it was cathartic. Like when you see, I thought the Diamondbacks did a great job of bringing as many staff members as they could for game 6 and 7. But the guy who's the security guard outside the clubhouse, for the home clubhouse, Mark, was there for both games, game 6 and game 7, and seeing him on the field afterwards, just like bawling like a little kid. He's an upper Midwest guy. He's from Minnesota. He's from the Twin Cities, and just like watching, like he couldn't keep it together because he's gotten to know these players so well. And like, that was really, really cool to see that, because this was not supposed to happen like this. Oh. I think if you were to put truth serum in most of the front office's drinks, that they would tell you they didn't expect to be in this position right now. It's a remarkable underdog story. The fact that they got there and that they did it in Philadelphia against the big bad Phillies was really cool.
So then, Mike, which people are triggering you or annoying you more today? Is it people that are like, hey, let's talk about the TV ratings and what they'll be for the World Series? Or is it Yahoos like my co-host John Bishop, who are bitching about a team with 80-plus wins making it to the World Series?
Well, he's just jealous because the Cardinals who won the World Series with 83 wins once. So I think that's one of their 11 championships that they have.
all of my complaint, and Mike knows this. I hate expanded playoffs, but you play. It's a tournament. They played it. They won. You know, they deserve to be there. And there's a part of me that's like, now I don't feel quite as bad that they basically tanked the Cubs season in the month of September because they were the team that kicked Chicago's ass.
I mean, this is like Loyola Chicago reaching the finals, right? Like that's what it is, right? I mean, it's like March Madness. Do
they have a 100-year-old
Sister Jean for
I wish they had Sister Jean.
Josh hates Sister Jean.
Yeah, I can't stand her.
I think is a big White Sox fan, actually. So she's thrown out the first pitch there a couple of times.
Oh, do you hate her now too, John?
No, I respect my elders.
You don't have to respect her.
I think listen, I don't disagree with John. Like I think the playoff format is such in baseball that the more when you're playing every day for 6 months and then 40% of the league makes the postseason, what you're basically setting it up for is the best teams are not going to win very often. I mean, that's what we saw when they added the extra wild card, right? Like when they went to 3 divisions and they went from 2 teams to 4 in 1995, right? And then they tried to further weight down the wild card teams by adding an extra team and then creating a 1-game playoff, and still wild card teams won, right?
Yep.
And I think that's the thing that for everybody that complains about the 100 lost teams and all of that, baseball's an incredibly random sport in that the true talent level between teams isn't that disparate when you're playing every day. And, like the difference between the Phillies and the Diamondbacks and really the Rangers and the Diamondbacks is 1 win a month. If you think about it, like that's 90
crazy.
wins
When you say it
versus
that way,
84. Yeah, it's 1 win a month. You play a 6-month season. So it sets itself up for that. So the complaints about the format and an 84-win team in the postseason don't really do much for me. And really, like the ratings, like baseball's ratings in the postseason haven't been great for 30 years. We've been talking about the sport dying since 1912, I think. So, and yet it's still, I mean, this is the longest hospice care, I think, in the history of professional sports, right? Like, so I just don't I mean, okay, Phoenix is a top 15 market. Dallas is a top 10. Okay. So the ratings you're probably looking at, 9 to 10 million fans a night. That's still going to be one of the highest rated programs on television. It's just not going to reach the peak of what we had, 40 years ago. And it's never going to reach that again. So I don't know. I have tried to avoid as much as I can the Nate Silver hot takes on the playoffs and the complaints about the television ratings. Cause really all they are is just like, you're just tilting at windmills.
So let me ask you this question then from like the positive perspective, and that's just like ranking this in terms of improbable World Series matchups that you have seen. I mean, you mentioned 2021. Obviously, the Rangers were horrible that year as well. Not to mention, I saw a tweet from a Cowboys person that I follow that mentioned on September 8th, the Rangers had just completed a 4-16 20-game span. Yeah. They were 3 games back at Houston. They were 2.5 back at Seattle, and now we know where they are. Obviously, we just spent some time talking about Arizona. It's funny, of all the baseball people I talk to, you are always the one that's like, look, weird crap's going to happen. Be prepared for it. Yeah. And yet this still has to be pretty improbable even in your eyes.
It is. I mean, and remember Arizona had a 7-25 stretch, I think is what it was during the course of the year. I mean, they led the West for a good chunk of the season, but I mean, in terms of improbable matchups, I mean, the Rangers tied for their division. They lost the division on a tiebreaker. I don't think it's quite as improbable. I think it looks that way based on the fact that the number 1 and number 4 seed were both well over 95 wins, right? But this is a pretty good Rangers team. They had a miserable bullpen for most of the year. Actually, their stories are pretty similar in that they got the bullpen figured out. Their bullpen was not quite as good in the postseason so far as what Arizona's has been, and certainly not in the LCS. But they're a really talented team. I think Arizona is improbable. I mean, that was a team that barely got in. I mean, again, like the 2006 Cardinals won the World Series at 83-78. They had 1 game that was canceled. The Mets lost the World Series in 1973. They were 82-79. They had a game that was canceled too. That team was a division winner. Both those teams were division winners.
Yes.
The Twins in 1987 are probably the best analog for the Diamondbacks. They won the division at 85 games and were outscored by their opponents by 20 runs. The Diamondbacks are just the second team in baseball history with a negative run differential to be outscored by their opponents over the course of the season to make the World Series. So I don't think it's quite as improbable for the Rangers, but it is for the Diamondbacks. And so, yeah, it definitely makes it weird. Again, like I can go back to the weird stuff happens. It's just like, I think to some degree, it is tougher for weird stuff to happen for an 84-win team over the course of a postseason when you're playing 3 extra rounds versus, like what the Twins faced in 1987, which was, they faced a favored Detroit team and they swept them and then went to the World Series. Like there was 1 round of playoff before you got to the finals, not 3. They had to go on the road, swept Milwaukee, they swept the Dodgers, and then had to go back to Philadelphia and take 2 games on the road. Like, I mean, I don't know that like you could try and rig your Stratomatic games to make that happen and it still wouldn't work.
By the way,
Josh, do you know what Stratomatic is?
No.
Google it.
Is it the little thing with like all the little players? One of those things? Stratomatic?
While you look it up, I will say this. If this World Series had been contested starting on America's greatest holiday, my birthday, it would have been a battle between the teams with the second best records in each of their leagues.
Yeah, that's right.
Because Texas had the second best record behind Tampa Bay, and Arizona had the second best record behind Atlanta.
Yeah.
It just shows you how great their first halves were. Their second halves were but then they hit it in September, or they hit it in the right moment when they needed it the most. And here they are.
Yeah, just like the Hall of Fame broadcaster Pat Hughes used to tell me when I worked with him, it's a long season, Michael. It's a marathon and not a sprint. And that's absolutely the truth.
I did want to talk about a key moment in the game last night. In the 4th inning, the Phillies just had taken the lead 2-1. They had the bases loaded with 2 outs. And Rob Thompson decided to leave Johan Rojas, who is more of a defensive-minded player, in the game. He strikes out, missed opportunity. Looking back on that, I mean, obviously hindsight's 2020. Should he have pinch hit there to try to get those extra runs? Because Diamondbacks would come right back and score 2 in the next inning, and they never gave up the lead.
Yeah, I mean, his other options in that spot were Christian Pache, who ended up pinch hitting for Rojas later and drew a walk against lefty, and Pache's been largely unplayable against righties. Jake Cave, who is made the last out of the game, who is not a great offensive piece, or Edmundo Sosa, who had I think 1 plate appearance in the postseason, or Garrett Stubbs, who's their backup catcher, who hasn't had a plate appearance in the last 2 postseasons. So I understand where Rob Thompson is coming from. I mean, Fott made him look really bad on a couple of sliders in that at bat. But I don't know that that's. Listen, the big boys in the Phillies offense didn't carry them, right? Like I talked to somebody. I think it's fair to let the Gatto out of the bag on this one now. So I talked to somebody with the Diamondbacks before the series started, and they basically said at some point we have to decide to not let Bryce Harper beat us. We're going to have to make Alec Boehm beat us, and that's what they did. They really took the bat out of Harper's hands a lot. They took it out of Schwarber's hands a lot, and they made Turner and Boehm and Castellanos and Real Muto beat them, and they didn't. Castellanos, I think, finished 0 for his last 21. Turner was 0 for his last 18, I think, something like that. So, I think give a little credit to them in the way that they planned that too. But and I think if you're going to look ahead with that, right, they're going to do their best to take Corey Seager out of the series, right? Now, Corey Seager's not going to be allowed to beat them in the World Series. It's a sound strategy, right? Like you don't let the best player beat him, make somebody else do it. It's just that they were able to execute on that. And I think that's where it comes to play more, is that they had bona fide star level players that didn't produce versus, 1 plate appearance that happened in Game 7. I mean, they were up 2-0, right? Like, and it had beaten Arizona's top 2 starters. Yeah.
Yeah. They blew them out
10-0. So.
And that's when people started writing them off. And
what game was it that they had the big lead, that the Phillies had the lead? Was it Game 4? They talked about it on the broadcast last night, where it's like, that's the one that the Phillies are going to look at.
Game 4, they had a 3-run lead late. Yeah. And that's when Alec Thomas hit the pinch hit home run in the bottom of the 8th. And then Gabriel Moreno delivered the RBI base hit. Yeah.
They would have gone up 3-1 there.
Yep.
So you look at the matchup, which weakness could be more easily exploited by the other team?
I think
game series,
the bullpen issues for Texas, like,
which still really haven't shown themselves.
Well, they kind of like you started to see cracks in the armor. I think, like you saw Jose Leclerc struggle a little bit as that series went on.
That's true. He gave up the home run.
Game 5.
The game 6 home run.
Chapman didn't look great. Like Josh Boras pitched really well.
Yeah.
But both of these teams, like to their credit, they're very similar in that neither of them go outside the strike zone very much. They're very low chase teams. I think that the Diamondbacks relievers are pitching better right now than what the Rangers relievers are. Now, is that going to continue in this round? You never know, because it's baseball and it can flip on a dime, right? But as of right now, I would say that's the biggest concern I have. The other part is that from Texas's side is that their offense is just far more prodigious than Arizona's is. That is an unbelievably good offensive team. They have 10 legitimate regulars that they can run out. They don't have that problem that Philadelphia had where they don't have a great pinch hitter off the bench because they're not starting a guy who could be in a regular lineup every single game. Usually it's Robbie Grossman. It just depends on the handedness of the opposing starter. But they are really, really deep and really, really good. And so even if you take and say Corey Seager's not going to beat us, there's a really good chance that somebody else does. So I think those are the two things that you could look at. I think the Diamondbacks will be able to get to Texas's bullpen, and I think Texas's offense could take over the series.
One non-World Series related point. We had Bob Melvin move from the Padres to the Giants. The Mets opening is still out there, though I saw today that Craig Counsell, the Brewers manager, is going to interview for that job. But you're talking about a team in the Padres that has a lot of talent. Where do you think they go?
So I would be willing to wager a little bit of money that Mike Schilt will be the next Padres manager.
The former Cardinal manager
Former
now on the
Cardinal
Padres
manager
bench.
has been in the organization for the last 2 years. Mike's a little bit more old school, I think, in his preparation, and I think that probably jives with the information. One of the complaints Bob Melvin had behind the scenes was that he wasn't getting the same amount of data that he received from the Oakland front office. I think Schilt is going to be a better fit there. The other name is Ryan Flaherty is going to interview too, who has been viewed as a future manager candidate, and the Padres have blocked other teams from interviewing him over the last several years. But I really think that Mike Schilt has a great chance of being that manager, and I think getting a veteran manager in. I love Mike Schilt. Like I've gotten to know Mike pretty well over the last 6 or 7 years. Mike never played professional baseball. He was a high school coach in North Carolina who ended up getting a scouting job and worked his way through the Cardinals organization and player development. And I've always joked that he's the guy that I want to be sitting at the bar with at 3 a.m. at the American Baseball Coaches Association seminar every year, like running bunt defenses, like in the middle of the night. Like that's the kind of guy. Like Mike is like a baseball, like he loves baseball, and he's a real fundamental guy. I mean, he came through the Cardinals system, and we know how good they are.
Cardinal system.
George Kissel, in a lot of ways, wrote the book on player development. And there aren't that many people that have a copy, but Mike Schilt is one of them. So I think I think he would be a tremendous fit for San Diego. If they stay in-house, I think Mike Schilt would be great.
Mike, you're always great with your time. I know you've been traveling. You were up very early this morning to get all the way back home. And now
I leave at 7 a.m.
I was going to say, I didn't know if you were just going to stay in Arizona and cover the Arizona side of things.
No. I'm off to Arlington tomorrow. But I do have an answer to your question that you asked before.
Which one?
About why the Diamondbacks mascot is a bobcat.
Oh yeah, Nick has been triggered by this for
all
the last
week long.
2 days.
He wants there to be a snake mascot.
If your team is a snake, why not have a snake mascot?
Because they tried it and it was terrifying.
Oh.
So that's so this is what happens. So here's the backstory on it, and most of this is pretty public, but they tried to build a snake mascot in 1996 or 1997. Remember, their first game was in 98, and it didn't go well. And so they were looking for a mascot. And remember, Chase Field Chase purchased the company that had the original naming rights, which was Bank One. And Brantley Bell, who played in the minor leagues, is the son of Jay Bell, was a little kid at the time. Jay Bell was an infielder for a long time, played for the Diamondbacks in the late 90s and early 2000s. He said to his dad, he said to somebody, he's like, why isn't the mascot a bobcat? Because we play at the Bob.
Oh.
And that's where it came from. And so they named him D. Baxter, the Bobcat. And so that's where it came from. So it's Jay Bell's son came up with the idea and named Baxter.
I like it a little more now.
I see. I told you,
cute, right? He was a little kid. He came up.
Mike, the thing that I thought was because having a mascot like that, a costume with someone in there, you would see feet, and then it turns into a lizard. So it would have been just difficult with that too.
I mean, maybe, but
Snakes
I'm
really
sure that
have
there are things that you could have done.
Very famous about them. It's because of Lucifer, who was a snake. Well, he was a lizard, but then after the whole apple thing with Adam and Eve,
also a
God
goat.
turned him into a snake.
We just said serpent. Did
That's
he say
Genesis.
That is Genesis.
All right.
Mike, any thoughts on the Bible as we say goodbye?
That's some real old.
In the spirit of
stuff.
Genesis, he has no reply at all.
This lamb will lie down over Broadway now.
All right, Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB rating. And by the way, we pour one out. I would pour one out for Christopher Mad Dog Russo, who had to retire today.
Congrats on your new job.
You notice he didn't.
What?
I'm stunned.
I figured just like Barbara Streisand, who vowed she would never live in America if George W. Bush got elected, I figured they're both done.
I would tell you that I was starting to get a little worried when he doubled down on it yesterday, because I was thinking our show was going back to 4 hours.
Mike's thinking of himself.
I thought he was going to give up the millions in salary.
I always said that he's my favorite teammate that I've ever had because he reduced my workload by 25%, and I still get paid the same amount.
Nice. Thank you, Mad Dog.
All right, Mike. See ya.
Bye, Mike.
Bye.
Mike Farron,
Bye,
Sirius XM MLB Radio Network Radio. We move on.
We do. What are we moving on to?
The voice of the Chiefs.
We're not going to do any disrespecting today.
We never disrespect Mitch.
No, we're not going to disrespect the Chiefs. You always are disrespecting them and the relationships that players on that team have. And then you make Nick argue. You did that today.
I didn't do that. I was just speaking my mind, man. It's a business relationship.
Wow. Say that to Mitch when we come back.
I don't think Mitch cares. Mitch, as long as the Chiefs win, Mitch is happy.
Yeah, that's true.
He's not breaking that down.
All right, let's talk to him.
On 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast, presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch, from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Cloudy and mild into this evening with the temperature holding in the 60s. Showers develop tonight. A few thunder showers possible. Low temperatures staying in the lower 60s. And then morning showers on Thursday. A little late day sun and a high near 70. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, it looks like if you're headed west on Dodge, you're going to see delays starting at 78th going all the way to 90th. Delays on 72nd for both directions between F Street and I-80. Looks like if you're west on L Street, delays start at 24th going all the way to 36th. And a slight delay on westbound 370 between 144th and I-80. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Hey everyone, I just figured out a life hack. Saul's has a private selection of high-end designer pieces, and you can save up to half off luxury store prices. And Saul's buys your designer stuff that you don't want anymore. Smart high-end shoppers start at Saul's.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
Email us on the Equitable inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
It's Halloween at Genesis Health Clubs. Join with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every month. This offer ends in just 6 days. Genesis Health Clubs has top-of-the-line equipment and the absolute best personal trainers, tennis professionals, and group fitness instructors to help keep you motivated and headed towards your fitness goals. Plus, relax in luxury afterwards with saunas, steam rooms, and fluffy towel service. Whatever your fitness needs, Genesis is here to help every step of the way, and there's nothing scary about that. This Halloween, join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month. Just 6 days left, but hurry. This offer will end before you have a chance to count your Halloween candy. It ends on Halloween and won't extend. Come to Genesis and get in the best shape of your life so you can handle anything those zombies, werewolves, and vampires throw at you. Plus, get your New Year's resolutions checked off with time to spare. Join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month. It ends on Halloween and won't extend.
Husker fans, this year marks the 100th season of Memorial Stadium. You can preserve memories from this iconic stadium with a limited edition, fully licensed football for $119. The ball also features championship and stadium history, as well as a full-panel panoramic color photo of Memorial Stadium. Only 5,000 footballs will be produced. To order, call 1-800-345-2868. That's 1-800-345-2868. Or visit NICOsports.com. That's NIKCO Sports.com.
Coach Vince Ginta breaks down the Northwestern game and previews Purdue Thursday at Holy Ghost Church on 52nd and Q. Doors open at 5, program starts at 7, and it's only $10 for adults, $5 for children. Sponsored by Jones Barrel Company and Beer City.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loaned coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Dust. It's in the living room, the bedroom, and the bathroom. It's also in your lungs. Let's fix that, shall we? Duct Defense Midwest offers a comprehensive system that cleans, disinfects, filters, and purifies the air. They'll make your home healthier and improve the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com right now for a special air duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. cleanairradio.com.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. It's unsportsmanlike conduct. Thick with 2 C's on 1620 The Zone.
You ready? The most exciting announcer in professional football.
Picked off at the goal line. 20, 15, 10, 5. Jalen Watson.
Welcome to the... Nobody can paint a picture with words quite like he can.
They might just be gargling a detector by that game. I think the rectal buzz that you get from the seat, maybe,
The man,
Touchdown! Kansas City!
the myth,
And the Chiefs Kingdom has firmly planted its flag on top of football's highest summit.
the legend of the Hy-Vee salad bar.
You want to chuckle? Guess what? Right now, in the parking lot of the St. Joe Hy-Vee.
Mitch Holthus.
The Chiefs are champions of Super Bowl 57.
I might label this week Caddyshack 2. The sequel we never really wanted. Because this week
that's mean.
we're getting Chiefs Broncos 2.
Yeah, 2 weeks
the
later.
sequel we might not really want. Now I know the first game was close. But even Mitch could admit that was kind of an ugly game to watch, wasn't it?
Wow.
Yeah, but the Chiefs moved the ball, but just were 1 of 5 in the red zone. I'm going to sound the alarm. I'm just going to tell you that I think this game is one of those. If you've got ever definition of a trap game, this is it.
Yeah.
And the fact that Denver won last week, the fact that they haven't broken up their team yet and traded dudes off, the fact that I think they're going to pull and put everything into this game. And Javonte Williams looks like he's fully up and running again. They've got those 3 runners who all can run and all can catch. I just think this game is on. Their defense has kind of some sass back after holding us to 19 and the Packers to 17. I just think it's on. And I know Coach Reed is trying to make sure everybody's thinking that too, because it would be human nature to look ahead to Germany and the Dolphins and all that. You got to take care of business, boys. And that's the theme of this week.
Mitch, along those lines, I don't want to skip past the matchup, but I did want to ask you about. No, I just want to ask about the logistics more. I'm just because I'm very curious about what this next week looked
go
like.
To Ron Colley High School and start running gas.
Oh man, that concession stand. What do those logistics look like in terms of when this game ends and when the trip to Germany begins?
In 3, 2, 1. It's almost like Thursday night football. That's the feeling. Like when the Chiefs were able to win in Minnesota on that 3:25 Sunday game in the Twin Cities. Game's over. It's done. It's Thursday night football. That's the feeling of this game. That's why you've got to take care of business against the Denver Broncos. And there's enough there of what Denver has done in the last 2 weeks, especially to make them a threat. But it will begin literally seconds after that game. There's so much that goes in logistically to make the trip to Frankfurt, and then the matchup. It's one of the best. Some of these games that are played outside of the States are like, well, that's not a very good game. I mean, you could argue if the Chiefs can win, that game will be the biggest so far this year, maybe for sure in the AFC.
Yeah, I don't know if the Germans really appreciate the present we're giving them.
Yeah, well,
we're giving them two of the best teams in the NFL.
They better because they get Patriots and Colts the following week. So enjoy this one, Germany, because
I'll tell you this: they could have sold this game out in Germany. It'd be like Taylor Swift. You could sell it out. They could have sold this game out probably 8 to 10 times. There were that many people wanting tickets for the game, and so we could be there again and play them 3 more times, and it'd sell out big time every time. So, but you gotta, again, it's going to go back to Denver, and give Sean Payton and the Broncos credit. They've kind of rallied, challenged us all the way to the end, and then beat Green Bay. They're gonna put everything into this game Sunday, Broncos.
Mitch, looking at last Sunday and the explosion in the passing game, of course, the Mahomes-Kelsey combination has never looked more lethal than it did last week. And a lot of that damage was done out of 13 personnel, heavy run sets.
Yep.
How unusual is that wrinkle from Andy Reid?
It's definitely a wrinkle, and it's very perceptive on your part. People really haven't talked about it, but the Chiefs were in 13 personnel with 3 tight ends and got chunk plays. Now you have to have the guys that are able to do it. Noah Gray can run almost every route on the route tree. We know that Kelsey can run every route on the route tree and run it like a wide receiver. And now Bell had the fumble, but Bell will even, he's a good enough athlete. He'll do something with it. So it's not just you're max protecting and send Marquez Valdes-Scantling out on a one-man route. The other thing that's prevalent here has been the consistency and kind of the emergence, if you will, of Rashee Rice, and the fact that he's learning how to play with Patrick Mahomes. Is it man? Is it zone? Where do I go? Here's my route. Oh, I need to adjust my route. Because that game against the Chargers was the route adjustment. Oh, Patrick's scrambling. He's going to get near the line of scrimmage and then throw it at the last second. Where do I go? Kelsey can do it in his sleep. MVS, that's the total reason of the 46-yard touchdown, but now Rice is getting it. And if he gets it, he's got a chance because he's got a Juju Smith kind of body and faster than Juju is, that he could really become an effective player.
Mitch, I said it a couple of weeks ago before this stretch of Chargers-Broncos, but just with the way that the division was looking, this could be a stretch where KC could darn near lock up the division, because there's a very real world where on Tuesday morning you wake up in Germany perhaps, and the Chiefs are 4 games up in the win column on the Raiders if Vegas is to lose to the Lions. Do you think that not pressure, but that there's a chance for this team to really step on the division's throat, allows them to maybe focus a lot more on this one, maybe compared to a normal matchup like this when they seem to be heavy favorites.
Also a good point. It's the first box you always have to check. It's why Andy Reid, his time in Philadelphia, pretty much dominated the NFC East and has dominated the AFC West since 2016. And you look, he's 20-1, Andy Reid, in the last 21 AFC West road games. That's ridiculous. Patrick Mahomes is 16-0 on the road in the division. So if you win this game, you're right, and the Raiders would lose, now you've got, not that you've got it locked up, but you've got it all but locked up, and you've pretty much checked the first box off, and you're like, okay, go to the next box.
Yep.
So, yeah, your point's a very good one, but that's why you put a lot of emphasis on this game and do not look past it, because I think Denver's dangerous in this game, especially with 37 degrees and snow, which makes it all the more. I mean, they have all the ingredients to pull off this upset. You've got three runners who can run and catch with McLaughlin, and of course Javonte Sid's up and running now, and with Samaje Perine. Wilson's got a little pitch and catch going on with Cortland Sutton, and then defensively, they were giving up points and yards at a historic level. That's changed. And then if the weather's a factor, and Denver has all these hidden yards of lost yards, if you study them, there's just like you're just losing yards every game. But if you clean that up and you're Denver, this is a game. So the importance of it is to take care of it, and don't think that there is no game in Frankfurt. There is no Dolphins game. This is the only game on the schedule, is the Broncos game.
Mitch, expanding on the Broncos just a little bit more, and you said it earlier, like starting with that Thursday night game, this team has played better. They battled really tough, I think a lot tougher than most expected them to, against Kansas City. They have a nice early lead against against the Packers rather, and then they blow it and they have to battle back again, and they're able to do so. What have you seen that's different compared to the team that you were preparing for a couple weeks ago?
Well, Baron Browning's back. That helps him to give them a pass rush. He played 29 snaps against the Packers. I think 16 of those were pass rush snaps, and he had a very high pressure rate. Then the secondary, now they don't have Kareem Jackson with his suspension, but PJ Locke filled in nicely, had the interception. They're just playing with, I think, some more confidence. I mean, it was just a complete avalanche on them that it was almost, they were in shock for like 5 weeks. But the fact that they kind of got refocused in the red zone to hold the Chiefs 1 of 5 in the red zone gave them some confidence, and then to back it up against Green Bay. I mean, we know these are capable guys. I mean, Nick Bonito he's second, I believe, behind just Danielle Hunter when you look at the amount of pressures that he's had in sacks. And you throw in Browning in the mix, and I mean, they're set to make it happen with the Broncos.
It'll be the late afternoon kick from the Rocky Mountains. The Chiefs and the Broncos, second time in 3 weeks. Familiarity breeds contempt.
But here's, guys, we're a little different too. Charles Omenihu brings an element to this team. When the Chiefs had the group in the second half, because we didn't talk about Chiefs defense shutting out the Chargers for 37 game minutes, when it was Omenihu inside left and Chris Jones moved outside left, 3 different guys rotated right inside, right outside was Karlaftis. They devastated the Chargers. It didn't look like the 90s Chiefs. It looked like the late 60s Super Bowl IV Chiefs, I'm sorry. But, I mean, that is as good a group up front as the Chiefs have had in a long, long time. And again, they'll mix and match, but Omenihu brings a whole new element that the Broncos did not see 2 weeks ago.
Be looking for that as well during the broadcast.
Old 49er, yep.
Or just listen to Mitch. He'll tell you all about it over on News Talk 1290. And then
if you're a card-carrying member of the Chiefs Kingdom, you lock in on this game. There will be no other game that happens.
Exactly. Don't be looking ahead to the Dolphins. They're no good anyway, Nick. Don't.
Wow.
I mean, you see how they just collapsed under the weight of Philadelphia last week, Nick?
Yeah, it's insane. Philly got no penalties either. Wild.
Yeah. That's true. They didn't. Nick's still triggered about that.
Understandably so.
Well, Mitch,
everybody's meeting Yep, 505 Gassers at Roncalli. So get loose.
All right. Well, have safe travels. And will we have to make different arrangements next week with you being over?
No, we'll be fine. We'll stay on this time. We're not leaving until Thursday. We'll be good.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right. Good enough.
Can you have a
the
schnitzel
whole
for me, Mitch?
And the whole segment will be done in German.
Oh, ich liebe Deutsch.
Das ist richtig. Ja, yes, ja.
Ja.
Sehr gut.
That means yes.
Ja.
Bis
Ja.
später, bis später, Prost. Yeah.
9, John. That's German for no.
I know. I took German.
Oh, okay.
Johann would be
Nine.
really Johann. Yeah.
It would
I
be.
know.
Yeah. What is German for Mitch?
They don't
Mitch.
change names, John.
I don't know.
No, you're still
Well,
John.
but I mean, is there
And
like a?
Holtis-
He's Herr Mitch. And then there's Fräulein. Your wife would be a Frau.
Yes,
F-R-A.
meine Frau ist wunderschön.
Frau Bishop. Yeah.
All right. I'm not going to go any further. Mitch, have a great call.
Bye, Mitch.
Meine Frau ist wunderschön. My wife is beautiful.
There you go.
See
See,
ya.
you should say that about your wife.
I would, and then she'd accuse me of saying something nasty because she did not take German. Mitch Holt is brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Thanks, Mitch. There he
He's
goes.
gone. All right, cool.
Mitch Holtis.
Who were those guys we invented a couple weeks ago?
Oh!
Hans and
Oh, crap. What were their name?
It was your.
Hans. And was it Gintel?
Yeah.
No, it was like
Google.
Yeah, it
we're
was
getting
something
close to someone
We're
else's
getting-
name.
it definitely was not that.
Oogle.
It was
Oogle.
Oh, I
Oogle.
can't wait to
Hans
watch
and
the Chiefs. Oogle. Yeah, they'll probably make an appearance next week and fired up for football as they get fired up for German. Deutschland. Welcome to Deutschland.
I'm very proud of us for not making any references
Look at us.
whatsoever. Now we still have
To
next
Michigan
week.
State.
We still have next week to get through. But
That's
no
illegal
Michigan.
over there, by the way.
That
They
is
couldn't
very
put him on
illegal.
the big screen. They would go to jail for that.
There are video games that intentionally get shipped to Germany
Yep.
without the swastikas on them,
Yep,
John.
it's banned. Well, now the overhits.
Oh, crap.
Yeah. Good job, Nick.
Well, you
Designated Hitler.
You can start this NFL week off right because all new customers get a no sweat same game parlay for Thursday night football.
Oh, it's a big game this week.
We're going to be talking about it coming up next in Fired Up for Football. It's Tampa Bay at Buffalo. Buffalo needs to get off the schneid.
Yeah, they do.
They are struggling. And with same game parlays, if you really like the Bills to get off that schneid, you could parlay some results like, anytime touchdown for one of the Bills players, or maybe Josh throws for over 3 Bills. You could parlay that along with the actual total of the game or the score of the game or the line of the game. Build your own, and it pays out even bigger. And right now, if that same game parlay of 3 legs or more does not hit, you'll get bonus bets back. It's a no sweat same game parlay. Just sign up at FanDuel today, FanDuel.com/1620.
And what's cool about this, John, is that this is for all customers. So if you're a new customer, go to that website, FanDuel.com/1620. But if you've been there before, that's awesome. Don't miss your chance on a no sweat same game parlay for this matchup between the Bucs and the Bills. By the way, Buffalo currently 8.5-point favorites at home. FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. Refund issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
It's an NFL doubleheader on Sports USA. And first, we're in the Music City as Ritter, Robinson, and the young Atlanta Falcons fly into Nashville to battle King Henry and the Tennessee Titans. Then, we're off to the city by the bay as Burrow, Chase, and the Cincinnati Bengals leave the jungle to face Purdy, Kittle, and the San Francisco 49ers. It's the Falcons at the Titans, then the Niners hosting the Bengals this Sunday on Sports USA.
If it's the NFL, it's on 1620 The Zone. Nate Bargatze, the Be Funny Tour.
I mean, Chuck E. Cheese is rough. I don't know if you've been there in a while. They look like they're trying to go to business and they can't.
All new material.
They filed for bankruptcy and they're still open. They called Blockbuster and they're like, how do you get out? We want out.
Nate Bargatze, Friday, February 9th, CHI Health Center. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com. Produced by Outback Presents. Don't miss Nate Bargatze, the Be Funny Tour.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, We're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
If you haven't updated your windows, you could be throwing money out the window. Don't let the cool air out. Upgrade today with J-Tech Construction. For a limited time, get 60 months with 0% interest. Plus, as an added bonus, every window gets a special rated UV upgrade for free. Save money, keep the cool air in, and be happier when you upgrade your windows with the official exterior experts of Nebraska Athletics. For more info, go to yourexteriorexperts.com. Subject to credit approval.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
When you're rolling Charmin, don't you soft on the party. This is more, so roll it back, everybody. Charmin's irresistibly soft and hella nice. My grip is always soft. It's our party vibe. She's crushing everything, so our chicks feel fly. So what? Every booty wanna touch the sky.
Charmin Ultra Soft is irresistibly soft and more absorbent, so you can use less. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Jump into the NBA action with FanDuel. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Sharp along with Nick Hanley. Right now, new customers, you're going to get a great deal. All you have to do is bet $5 and you get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers, 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel when you place just a $5 bet on the NBA.
That's right. And that way you can watch all of the action as you bet on everything from point spreads to player props. And best of all, you get paid your winnings instantly. So don't miss your chance to get $200 in bonus bets plus 3 months of NBA League Pass. Just visit FanDuel.com, use the promo code ZONE. That's FanDuel.com/zone and tip off the NBA season right. FanDuel, official partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Iowa. New customer offer. First online real money wager only. Refund issues as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. All customer offer. $5 NBA wager requirement. Limit 1 pass per customer across both offers. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See full terms for both offers at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF. NBA League Pass. Local blackout restrictions apply.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at Babbel.com/TNC.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres? In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. And now try Babbel for free by texting TRAVEL to 64,000. Text TRAVEL to 64,000. That's TRAVEL to 64,000.
Creighton Sports Update.
Single game tickets for the 2023-24 Creighton women's basketball season are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to catch the nationally ranked Blue Jays at DJ Sokol Arena for 14 exciting home games this season, with the first one coming up on Monday, October 30th at 6 p.m. Purchase today by visiting gocreighton.com/buy. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
1620 The Zone at 1620thezone.com. 1620 The Zone's unsportsmanlike conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Football is finally here. Well, it's been here for about 6 weeks, but John hasn't written anything yet, so now Nick gets to write one. It's been a fun season. The Dolphins are kicking ass. The Rams are being the Rams. And the Cowboys lost to the Cardinals. Don't worry, though. If none of your NFL teams are doing well, you always have Nebraska football. Sure, they might be off to a 3-3 start, but we knew it would be a rebuilding year. Matt Rule is a great coach, but he isn't a miracle worker. I mean, they've won every game we thought they would win. and lost the ones we thought they would lose.
That's still true.
Well, except for Colorado. John and Josh thought they'd win that one for some reason.
That's true, too.
Remember how Nick was right about that one? Anyway, that doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. What matters is another week of college and pro football is about to begin. It's time to look ahead to the distant future of starting tomorrow and figuring out how good this week is. It's time to get fired up for football.
Well, it's a good thing college basketball's starting soon because, wow, this is a week.
What does that have to do with anything?
It's just going to give people other things to watch because football is just, they just licked the stamp and they've mailed it in.
No, the games are going to be awesome this weekend, John.
There is another race on Sunday. Just
nobody cares about that. Are you positive about this?
Yes. No, they're in Mexico.
Okay.
Well, this fired up for football. There's games tonight.
Hell yeah, John. UTEP at Sam Houston.
This will be a nice night to unwind from sports for a day.
Unwind?
Yeah.
It's the beginning of the NBA season, John.
Take your wife out for dinner or something. You probably haven't seen her in weeks.
Your Frau, John. Take your Frau out for dinner.
The Frau is making sloppy joes tonight.
Oh, I'm gonna make sloppy joes this week.
What a bummer.
What's wrong with some
I'm
manwich?
actually looking forward to the sloppy joes.
Are they homemade or manwich?
I don't know. I think they're going to be homemade.
Sloppy Joe's is such a bummer of a meal.
No, they're actually not.
It makes me sad.
You get the little King's Hawaiian rolls, and then you put some manwich on there. You make some sloppy sliders.
It's overrated. I'd rather have a burger. I don't want a Sloppy Joe. I want a burger.
Well, yeah, they're a little messy. I get it, but
the flavor's not that great.
The flavor's fantastic.
Especially if you add just a little mustard and some pickles.
Maybe some cheese, too.
Yeah, if you doctor it up with a billion things, it'll maybe have a little bit of flavor.
Then you eat it with some Ruffles. Then you make some Sloppy Joe nachos. Sloppy.
I'm hoping that we
Joe
have
toast.
tater tots tonight.
I do like tater tots. We had tater tots last night with our dinner. Yeah. All right, let's get fired up for football, not fired up for garbage food.
Well, I mean, it's a garbage schedule.
No, it's not. Tampa at Buffalo tomorrow, John.
Yeah, Tampa,
Hey,
Buffalo.
This is a big game. It's a big game. Every game. What will you be doing? It's a big game.
Big shoes.
Tampa has looked sneaky this year. Buffalo is in a tailspin right now. Plus, Alan Kirk. What awkward stuff will happen on the broadcast this time?
Who knows?
Also,
if you don't like that, you can watch the Battle of Georgia.
Oh, that's
between
true.
the Georgia teams that no one knows about, Georgia State and Georgia Southern.
People forget one of those teams beat Nebraska last year. Also, Syracuse and Virginia Tech. Enter Sandman, John.
Who sings that song?
That's Metallica, Nick.
Yes, it is.
Remember Enter Sandman, John?
The
This
best
is one of the coolest
The best
entrances
thing
in
about
college football.
Syracuse is now coaching in Nebraska right now.
That's true. His name is Tony White.
On Saturday, we might call it Big Noon Sleepathon.
No, Oklahoma at Kansas.
This is a pretty weak slate of 11 o'clock games.
Oklahoma at Kansas.
Now, listen, Kansas will probably give them a scare, just like Oklahoma got a scare last week.
Mm-hmm. Don't forget about UMass at Army.
There's also Indiana at Penn State.
Anti-troops, John. Wow. Yeah, how will Penn State get up off the mat on CBS? Dun, 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 dun.
Florida at Wake Forest. Those are
Florida
your
State at Wake Forest.
Florida State at Wake Forest. Those are your network games. Again, this is about as bad of an 11 a.m. slate as we've had all year.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. West Virginia at UCF, I guess.
The saving grace for college football is the 2:30 slate this weekend.
I would agree.
Georgia, Florida.
Yeah, world's largest outdoor cocktail party. That's fun. And Oregon at Utah.
On Fox.
Yeah, that's a big game.
Of course, all of these just happen to be going on at the exact same time as Nebraska's game.
And Duke at Louisville. You have 4 or 3 ranked games. Meanwhile, you and I will be watching Purdue at Nebraska because you and I are doing Big Red Overreaction. Triggered. I'm not triggered by doing overreaction. I'm triggered that all the games are at the same time.
Why couldn't this game have been at 11?
Or 8 a.m.?
I'd be fine with that.
Hell yes, 8 a.m. college football. You and I'd be doing the post-game show at 11.
Oh, can we make this switch?
Yeah, how about we just do the post-game show during the first half? I don't see why our boss would disagree with that.
I mean, we all know what's going to happen. Man, this offense struggling.
Oh,
but
hey,
that
they're
defense,
turning the ball over. Wow, nice play by the defense again. And then Nebraska will win 12-6.
Just trying to look for. I mean, NFL Network's going to have a game on this week.
Whoa, Marshall at Coastal Carolina.
Yeah.
Tim Beck.
Yeah.
People forget Tim Beck coaches Coastal Carolina.
Then the primetime slate. Tennessee at Kentucky.
Hey, that's
Ohio State at Wisconsin.
What's the song? How's that song go? Saturday night. It's that
Yeah,
game.
something like that.
Saturday night.
Remember how you know why people enjoyed last week so much? Because we didn't hear about Coach Prime.
Oh, Coach Prime is back this week
Against UCLA on ABC.
That's the game that the boys are doing. That's the A Crew game this weekend, John. What a game. Colorado at UCLA.
And the late night slate is also some.
Is it stinky poo-poo?
Sunday.
Oh, this will be much better then. We'll get to the NFL slate. We have the maps. If you know,
You
what
have the
maps
maps. I'm
Yes.
guessing we have Minnesota Green Bay in this market.
You would think so, wouldn't you?
You would think so, John. But as I told you, it's time to thank America's team for delivering you and I, the Dallas Cowboys, hosting the Los Angeles Rams.
Listen, I'm not so
You're
arrogant as
welcome.
to label my team as America's team.
America's team, the Dallas Cowboys.
America's scheme.
Kevin Burkhardt, Greg Olson, the A Crew. I saw some triggered folks on the old timeline today, John, when they found out that they weren't getting Minnesota at Green Bay. If you want to watch that game, you got to live in western Nebraska.
Or if you
AKA
have
the north part of Nebraska.
if you have my NFL Sunday ticket from DirecTV.
You know what I'm confused about, genuinely?
What's that?
Why we're not getting
the Minnesota
Dolphins
Green Bay game?
Patriots, because that's a division game, and I would argue a little more hyped than what are we, Jets and
No, we're getting Jacksonville,
Jacksonville
Pittsburgh.
and Pittsburgh.
It
That's
doesn't.
right.
It being a divisional game has nothing to do.
I don't know
with
Most
if you
of
know-
the country is getting Jacksonville. But
It's
that's
very
just
odd. I don't
confusing.
understand why most of the country is getting. I guess it's
Pittsburgh's
a big
4-2.
brand. Yeah, they're good. And
Pittsburgh's
the-
4-2, and the Jags are 5-2.
Yeah,
yeah.
The Jags are 5-2.
I think so, aren't they?
I thought they were 4-2.
Aren't they 5-2?
I thought they were 4.
Or are they 4-2?
Yeah, I think they're 4. Yeah, I mean, heck, maybe they'll be.
Well, they're one of the two.
Yeah, they're
and 2.
There's something in 2.
No, the Patriots suck. That's why we're not getting.
I get the Patriots suck, but the Dolphins are second in the AFC. Like, I'm not trying to sound like a homer. I
You
know
you are though.
No, they're. I mean, they're
And Pittsburgh is a big brand.
Pittsburgh is a big brand.
That's the CBS game. The CBS late game that we're getting is sadly not going to be Cincinnati at San Francisco. We're getting Kansas City at Denver.
Wow, you just cry. Actually, if you look at the late afternoon window, Cleveland, Seattle.
That's the game.
Is a very interesting game. That's a late game on Fox. Is that the game that Kevin is being shuttled off to?
No, he is doing New Orleans at Indianapolis.
Wow, he's not on the West Coast again?
Yeah, I know. They've been putting him on the East Coast a lot. Now he's going to the South. My pleasure. That's what they'll say down to him. My pleasure.
Going to Chick-fil-A?
And then prime time, woof. Bears Chargers on Sunday Night Football.
Look, we've seen some slop in our day.
I think Carrie Underwood's going to turn it over to a tribute act to do the singing.
Waiting all day. Come on, can they change the lyrics for this? Been waiting all day to get past this stupid ass game.
That would actually be fun if she just walked out on stage and said,
"You don't care.
I'm not doing this."
Yeah, and of all the years for the World Series again not to fall on a Sunday.
Exactly.
Come
we really
on.
could use baseball.
We can't get a little counter programming for this.
Maybe also change it to "Were you waiting all day for Sunday
This is
night?"
some slop. And then we get Vegas, Detroit on Monday night. All right.
Awesome.
Yeah, awesome.
Well, we both arrived at the same overall grade, but we got there in different ways.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
I gave college football a D
and I gave
the
it a C.
NFL a C.
So I gave college football a C because we do have 3 ranked matchups. It just sucks that they're all at the same time.
Well, see, and that's why I
That's fair.
downgraded college football, because all of the other windows are crap. At
I
least-
like Oklahoma, Kansas. And I'm fine with watching Colorado at UCLA.
I will be glad to be watching the World Series. The thing about the NFL, you have a couple of good games in the early window, because I think Pittsburgh Jacksonville is very interesting. And you do have interesting games in the late window.
The Cowboys and the Rams.
The problem is the prime time, the Sunday night and the Monday night aren't great.
Yeah, it's not good when the best game in prime time is Thursday and that it's Bucks and Bills. Like, that's not even that great of a game.
Right.
See, I gave it a D+, actually. I was a little too harsh. That was definitely too harsh of a grade. But overall, C-.
Yeah, it's a C- week.
One
Bruns laugh?
1.5 Bruns laughs. I said one.
It's hard to get half of 0.19.
Yeah, it's very difficult to get there.
Yeah. I'm sure Rick Pitino could figure it out, though. E says Omaha. Okay, are the Jags actually 5-7 this year?
The Jags aren't 5-7.
They're 5-2. They're 5-2. How did I not know this? E says Omaha finally gets the 5-2 Jags, and y'all are complaining.
Well, we won't be watching that game anyway.
Yeah, John and I. Well, it'll be on the second TV because I'm not a psycho like John is. I can
that likes to focus on his team and likes to enjoy his team and not worry about other teams.
It's called a commercial break.
I'm going to be at the bar watching my team.
And during commercial breaks, that's when I like to get up and refresh my iced tea. Or
you do it every break.
Or probably this week throwing stuff against the wall.
Hey, Micah Parsons, why don't you take Matt Stafford and throw him out of the stadium?
Wow.
I'm worried about the Cowboys this week. I'm worried that the Rams are going to win the game.
I mean, that would be a great present, and I reserve the right to change my grade to an A++
No.
if the Rams take care
First
of
of all,
business.
you don't get a present this weekend. It's not July 4th. It's August or October.
All the leaves are brown, Josh.
And the sky is gray.
Sky is definitely gray today.
Hell yeah,
but it's
it is.
never gray in our hearts when it's time for dumb debates.
We have some dumb debates questions. We just got a late one coming in. This is great. And I have a Bill Simmons subreddit question.
Well, I'm sure that's great.
Dear God.
It's going to be a fun question. It's not in relation to Bill. It was posted on the subreddit.
If two words make me very hopeful, it's Bill Simmons and subreddit.
Well, that's actually 4 words, Nick, or would it be 3 words? Bill Simmons subreddit.
A couple of
That's fair.
correspondents into the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Cody says, I'm just starting the show, and which one of you peed in Nick's Cheerios? And then Jed,
what did Jed
warning
say?
us, careful, don't call Nick a homer for saying the Patriots suck, because if Nick said it, then it's a fact.
People forget. I'm always right.
If you haven't heard the crossover today, I don't even know if I would recommend it. It's very uncomfortable.
Oh, wait a minute. So I have a meltdown yesterday. And you're like, oh, that's great. You ought to listen to it. Nick has a meltdown. Oh, you should listen to it.
It wasn't a pretty meltdown.
Your meltdowns are cheeky and fun. Nick's are not.
No.
Nick's are uncomfortable.
They're pretty sad.
That's why I just kind of sat over here and let you two argue with him.
It's not a good
I wasn't
meltdown.
even arguing with him. I was just trying to figure out where his damn logic was going.
Well, let's not start this up again. It's time for dumb debates, which is fun.
I still like the makeshift version of that Taylor Swift.
That was my favorite part when you're like, I like that.
Well, it was cool. It was kind of slow, and then all of a sudden it was ba 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 ba. Like, yeah.
So yeah, if you want to know what the hell we're talking about, go check out the crossover.
Yeah, check out the crossover.
Yeah, which Nick labels in a fun way now.
Or wait until the best of crossover.
Is that going to air at the end of the? I don't think we should air that one.
I don't think Nick's going to want me.
I don't want that one airing after Christmas. We'll be thinking about
that'll be the
Jesus.
perfect time to do it because people are already be in a foul mood, waiting in line to exchange
Foul
gifts.
mood. Man, what's up with your generation and Christmas? Christmas rules.
No. The week after Christmas is always stressful because people are waiting in line at the mall. They're having to take back
Just
stuff.
stay at home. I'm going to be staying at home. Can't wait. I'm going to wear sweats all week. God, it's going to be great. It's going to be cold, though, and snowy. Working?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. You know what? I think I do.
Jays are playing.
I think I have a women's game. Do I have a women's game? Nope. Never mind. I won't be working. Awesome.
Lazy millennial. 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. Caller 4 right now, 402-951-1620. Qualifies for 1620 The Zone's 4-quarter pick'em. It's your chance to pick 4 football games correctly against the spread to win $1,620. Call 402-951-1620. Call now to qualify with 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center, Got a couple crashes to avoid this evening. We've got a wreck on northbound 168th at Maple. An earlier accident still has the right lane blocked on southbound 60th at Grover. That's causing stop-and-go traffic back from Oak Street. And then otherwise, if you're west on Dodge, delays from 137th to 144th. If you're west on I-80, delays from 50th to 72nd. And if you're east on I-80, delays from 84th to 72nd. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
Does great pay, fully funded medical benefits, and a solid retirement sound good to you? IBEW has immediate openings for electricians. Invest in yourself with IBEW Local 22. Call 402-810-0789 or visit IBEW22.org today.
Hey folks, Kent Pavelka again to tell you about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked, uneven concrete, Everlevel can fix it at a fraction of the cost compared to replacement. This is no Band-Aid. Their products are built to last. It gives your concrete the durable protection it needs, and there's still time. I chose Everlevel for my driveway, and I've got peace of mind with their long-term transferable warranty. Everlevel's products and customer service are top-notch, and that's why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Say it with me. Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Hey everyone, gather round. It's time for corny jokes about passing the torch.
The team at Kirian's Welding was fused together solid.
Thanks for all the late nights and early shifts.
But double retirements mean the crew must bond with some certified new hires.
You've both gone the extra millimeter.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Meet Bruce.
Hey there.
He's a busy soccer dad who's trying hard to learn the game.
Go for the end zone.
Whoops. Luckily, other things come easy, like banking with Chase. On a tip from his banker, he set up AutoSave in the Chase mobile app. So what are you saving for, Bruce?
Father-daughter soccer camp.
Smart bankers, convenient tools, one bank with the power of both. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
AutoSave requires a Chase checking and savings account. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Welcome to the After Hours Lounge on 1620 The Zone.
It is the hippest and the hoppest show on 1620 The Zone.
Who is it? Rap snitches, telling all their business. Sit in the court and be their own star witness. Do you see the perpetrator? Yeah, I'm right here. Brown, get the whole label sent to for years.
Catch After Hours 6 to 8, Monday through Friday, or as the sports schedule allows, on 1620 The Zone.
Let's watch the game at DJ's. Nick Hanley here for my friends at DJ's Dugout. Football is in full swing. College football, pro football. Watch your favorite team at DJ's. Great food, great drinks, great service. Plus, DJ's casual, comfortable atmosphere and huge TV walls are an Omaha tradition. Let's watch the game at DJ's, Omaha's hometown iconic sports bar for 30 years. Locally and Vietnam veteran owned with 7 metro area locations. Dig in at the Dugout.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
From your mom.
listeners to not do, we did anyway. Dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo ain't a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the play, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away. Dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Here on the Grum, where you can send us any topic you'd like, and we'll debate them. Use the hashtag Dumb Debates on Twitter at USC1620, JTech Construction's own Twitter feed. Send them via email, Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com.
Like this one from Cody. Been having a discussion with many of my friends and family and always turns into an argument. Need to get your choice on which is better.
Uh-oh.
Blank spaces by either I Prevail or that other lady.
It's just called Blank Space.
Oh, Blank Space.
Yeah.
Well,
I like blank spaces because it does that little part there about 40 seconds in where it goes.
I can show you so many songs that do that, John.
I can too. Most of them are in my phone.
They're called AC/DC.
They're called AC/DC.
I can bring you to my
America's
side of
band
America.
from
They're
Australia. Chris does write, Christmas stops being fun when you get old enough that you're the one paying for everything. Am I right, John?
No, man, I love buying gifts for people. We have a gift that we are buying for somebody in our family that is incredible, and I cannot wait to give it.
Are you buying me a car?
Hell no, Nick.
Damn it.
You're not in my family. You don't like the idea. You don't love gift giving.
No.
Doesn't warm your cockles?
It warms my cockles.
The holiday itself, it's fine. It's the damn run up to everything.
What, the excitement?
There is no excitement.
The Christmas edging, if you will.
You don't like the edging. You just want to get to the explosion.
Sure, why not?
Is it because of the music? Is it because of the
Well,
smiles?
The music
Is it
sucks.
because of the lights?
The music definitely
Is it
sucks.
because of
feelings?
Putting up all the lights.
Is it because of the
can suck.
celebration of Jesus?
Well, I mean, that's literally the last thing people celebrate about Christmas anymore.
Not in my household, John. Maybe you should come to my Christmas and you'd have a little more fun. You want to wake up with us on Christmas morn? You can wear some Ram jammies.
Do you
The Ram Jams.
So you recreate the birth of Christ? Is that what you're
What
doing?
are you talking? See, why does your head go to this place? I say you want to celebrate the birth of Christ. Not, do you want to watch someone give birth?
Which barnyard animal are you playing?
I'm the cow. Moo.
You're definitely not one of the wise men. Got him.
No,
Got it.
Mr. Banks is all three of them.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. Thank you.
Let's see. I'm looking.
I mean, I have the Bill Simmons subreddit question just sitting right here for us.
Well, I did. We were speaking of gifts a moment ago. Johnny Pig asked, men get women flowers. What is the equivalent gift women get men?
Flowers. Literally flowers. I like getting flowers. Have you ever gotten flowers? It feels nice.
I would be kind of triggered if I ever got flowers.
I would too.
I think flowers are a waste of money. For a long time, and actually don't buy flowers for Riss. I don't think she'd really want them. For the longest time, I was staunchly anti-flower buying because they're a lot of money, except when we're talking about pro flowers. Click on the microphone and type in code Bishop.
Oh, they haven't done that in a long
good.
time.
Flowers are stupid. It's a waste of money.
It's like I never buy them for myself, but I like to receive them. It brightens up my apartment a little
I'd rather buy her, like to surprise
It
her.
would brighten up your apartment if you dust every now and then, and maybe the light could get through.
Yeah, turn on the light, Nick. I would rather
is that
surprise
why
her
it's
with
not
like
working?
an Eagles hat or shirt. She would much rather have something like that, something that actually matters.
I mean,
I know what the answer is. I'm not going to say what the answer is to Johnny Pig's question. We all know what it is.
We all know what it is.
We
You have
all
the
know what
music? Hit the music.
Yeah, but there's a specific act within that music. You know.
Oh, is it the part where it goes? Da, 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 da?
You know how people say like once you're married, you don't get that thing anymore? That's the equivalent of flowers.
Or
you get a bonus at work and she wants to reward you for it. You know what I'm talking
like a
about.
nice
How many
bottle-
years has it been, John? 20?
You get a bonus and she gets a.
What about a bottle of your favorite whiskey or a 6-pack of your
There you
favorite
go.
IPA?
Now we're talking, Nick. She has
Nah,
surprised me before with, hey, I got you a 4-pack of insert
I got
delicious
this quadruple
IPA.
hazy for you, Josh.
Quadruple, Nick. That's a bit much. By the way, shout out. Have you had the beer from El Scorcho yet? I had it last night.
No,
that
I have
IPA.
not had that yet.
Oh my!
Not
Oh,
tried
by the
it
way,
yet.
I have a Diet Mountain Dew for you in my car. I forgot to bring it
A
in.
Diet Mountain.
I know you like that, right?
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
but
I'll explain later. But shout out to El Scorcho.
you just cleaning out your refrigerator.
No, somebody brought it for me yesterday, and I was like, I don't really like Diet Mountain Dew, but my co-host does. But I forgot to bring it in.
That's fine.
El Scorcho dropped off some brews. Incredible IPA. I had it last night. It was delicious.
I'm glad
So
you
yes,
liked it.
whenever she surprises me with a delicious beer, or if she got me a bottle of something, that'd be tight.
I'll take flowers or bottles.
Mm.
I'm good with either.
Ray says, I keep all my condiments in the fridge. Ketchup, mustard, pickles, onions, tomatoes, ranch, hot sauce, salsa. Is there any condiment that is bought warm and better that way? Yes. I keep hot sauce out of my fridge. I do not like it being...
You are supposed to refrigerate some of that. It'll say on the bottle, though.
Yeah, not the kind of hot sauce that I do. Like Frank's?
Yeah.
You're supposed to refrigerate that?
Somehow, not everyone, but it'll say on the bottle, please refrigerate
Some people
after
do,
opening.
though. I have friends
I've
who...
never refrigerated my hot sauce.
Me neither.
Ever.
Yeah. I'm not a ketchup guy, but I don't think we have ketchup
We
in the
used
fridge.
to, but then it was a segment. I don't remember if it was when
Might have been
Michael
Dumb
was
Debates.
still here. It might have been Dumb Debates, where we no longer put ketchup in the refrigerator. Yet the mustard is in the refrigerator. The barbecue sauce is in the refrigerator.
Salsa
The
has to go in
salsa.
the fridge.
Yes.
That would go
Salsa
bad.
does.
Ranch would go bad.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Uh,
I mean, it's quasi dairy.
We keep our onions. I think we keep those out of the fridge, like a full onion.
Oh
But if
yeah,
you-
the full
if you
one.
Slice them
Once
up,
you
throw them in
slice
the
it,
fridge.
yeah.
I don't know what we do with our tomatoes because I'm not a tomatoes guy. Pickles.
Tomatoes. Well, actually, tomatoes are in the.
I think you're supposed to refrigerate pickles after opening. I think
correct.
That's one way you
Or
have
if
to.
you have, so we buy Clausen's pickles, which are
Mhm.
like the clear ones. Those always have
Clear
to be
pickles?
They're like when you slice them, they're not like green or whatever inside. Like I always call them like the white pickles. I don't know how to. There's my favorite kind of pickles, though. Great flavor to them. Those always have to be refrigerated, even if they're unopened.
I'm trying to remember the brand, but there's a brand that
brand.
comes in a plastic container. The pickles, and they're the best.
Is it Clausen's?
No, they're not. Clausen's in the glass jar.
Oh, in the glass
This
jar.
is. I think this is more like of a regional brand.
I'm a Vlasic guy.
Yeah.
Vlasics are fine, but these pickles, because I mean, you can see the whole chunks of dill in there.
I think I know what you might be
and
talking about.
The only thing I don't like about it is the package, because it's that plastic with the lid. Sometimes it's harder to get off.
Mm-hmm.
But man, those pickles are good. Oh, those pickles are good.
Rick writes, and we're not going to have any conspiracy theory talk here. I just want that out before I read the question.
Okay.
No, I'm serious. Was the moon landing the greatest or the last great achievement of mankind? And he says, for example, creating fire, inventing the wheel, Gutenberg invents printing press, discovering the new world, Wright brothers inventing flight. Was the moon landing the last great achievement of mankind?
What about the Hubble telescope?
That was wasn't that before landing on the moon, though?
No.
It wasn't?
No, that was launched in like the 80s or 90s.
I think it was late 80s.
Oh, wow. 1990.
Oh.
I mean,
I
the
apologize.
Hubble is nice, but I wouldn't.
I mean, the new one's even better. But you don't think so? Because that we have learned a lot.
Well, I'm thinking. I mean, we're talking.
That was like fixing a better, like other things, wasn't it? Wasn't the Hubble because I guess was that just the first one that was able to go into space?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it was. So I don't want to like poo-poo it, but we had already had telescopes. This was just the first time it could go into space.
Yeah.
Because what other inventions have happened since then?
Well, I mean, think of the technology and how we've been able to shrink the technology. And if we don't say AI, then Skynet's going to turn on
Well,
us.
just in general, the internet. I think the internet is way more important for the human race than landing on the moon.
And
which
it may be
but-
more of a
Good
detriment.
and for bad. And
Oh,
I was
no,
going
it's
to.
a
I mean,
double
same
edged
thing
sword.
with a smartphone.
Yeah,
too.
that's what I'm saying. There's some of this technology today when you consider that there's more technology, more power in this phone than what it took to put men on the moon.
Which is wild.
It's insane, but
is this a great, like, that is going to the moon was a great achievement. This is a kick-ass invention.
Right, but some of the other examples you put on there, like the printing
internet-
press was an invention.
Yeah.
Right. And the internet is an achievement.
And it's important. I mean, all of this is important, but I put the moon landing, there's just different categories. And it's really hard to classify some of these, because the moon landing was an event and everybody watched, right?
Mm-hmm.
Inventions are important, but it didn't create a moment.
An invention is more of an over time change,
Yes.
whereas the event is right here, right now.
Is the next great achievement finding the cure for cancer?
Transferring Alzheimer's to rats, actually.
That is the.
I mean, yes, there are certain cures for things that absolutely, but even those, it's really hard to rank them.
Yeah.
Because they're all different and they're all great achievements. It's just, it's really hard to rank them. But I would say there's been lots of things that have been very impactful.
Yeah.
On society. I mean, the moon landing was an achievement. And I don't mean to say that nothing good came from it, but we could have still developed very much the same as a society without the moon landing as with it.
But for the record,
that's more of like just accomplishing
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
You know,
A great
climbing a
thing.
mountain or, you know,
Yeah.
reaching the depths of the ocean.
Mm.
I mean, there are places on this planet we as humans have never seen.
The ocean is terrifying. That's why.
It's very deep.
Right. But it's also difficult to get there because of the pressure when you get, you know.
Jed points out, this is a good point. How dare you disrespect the Chiefs and not say that the Chiefs winning the Super Bowl
Oh, sorry.
it's not the last greatest achievement.
That was the
of
first time
mankind.
they'd done that since the first one.
Which was almost when the moon landing happened. Aaron brings up Wahlburger pickles. David says Grillo's pickles.
Grillo's.
Okay.
That's the one. Grillo's. Oh, those are good.
Look at a picture.
Those
of
are
these.
really, really good.
Okay. I've had those pickles
And
before.
and they have like a spicy one.
Yeah, those have to be
That
those
work.
have to be in the fridge. I thought that when you were talking about them, I can see that lid.
Yes.
Yep.
Grillos.
Because look, you can see the dill literally in the picture.
Exactly. They're the best.
I've never had those.
They are the fantastic. I'm only guessing this is tongue in cheek, but I'm going to ask it anyway because the person who sent it on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page is named Bo Nehr.
I get it.
If Mickey Joseph was hired as head coach at Nebraska, I think he would have had a bigger impact on college football than Dion has.
No, wrong. Definitely wrong.
Exactly.
Definitely wrong. All right, let's get to this question we've all been waiting for.
And that is, who will replace Dusty Baker as manager of the Astros?
Did he get fired?
No, he's retiring.
Oh.
It's because he's old.
See you later, Dusty.
Bye, Dusty.
He never won the World Series, right?
He literally won it last year.
With who?
The Houston Astros.
They won it? No, I'm serious. I thought that they hadn't.
No, they won.
I
They
forgot.
beat the Phillies
Who
last year.
cares? All right, anyway. We always hear, this was from user Andrew 2018022. We always hear about blue-collar fan bases like Philly or Cleveland or Detroit. What are some white-collar fan bases? What is the most white-collar professional sports fan base?
I had an answer already.
Oh, is it going to be something in Formula One?
No, it was going to be something local.
Who's that? Oh, Creighton?
Yeah.
No, they're the sweater vest fan base.
I associate sweater vests with white collar.
There are definitely some college white collar.
Yeah, but I
fan
thought we were
bases.
talking pro sport.
We are.
We're talking pro.
Yeah. When you think of the white collarist of white collar fan base,
The hoity-toityest.
professional sports, what comes to mind? Because we do say that with those
Would it be
cities.
golf?
This is a blue collar fan base. Oh, I'm trying to think, Nick, of like a franchise.
Okay.
Like a fan of, insert team.
Like the Colts, not the Colts, but like the Colts. Like
yeah,
just the
something
franchise.
like, yes, you're trying to think of something like that. Could I make an argument, John, for the Los Angeles Lakers? That is there's a lot of diehards that are like the flags on the car fans, but they also have a lot of the celebrity fans,
I don't know if this is my answer because the Lakers are a pretty good answer. The Cowboys.
The Cowboys, certainly. America's team, John.
America's scheme.
Guess I work a white-collar job. Right? Is this a white-collar job? Is our
Yes,
job
yeah,
a
it would be.
white-collar job?
This is a white collar.
We don't wear collars.
No, we don't.
I'm wearing a collar.
That's true.
Oh boy,
Happer wears collars.
That's true. He does.
Trying to think if there's another one. I mean, the Lakers are a pretty good answer.
I think it's for sure not necessary. It's not like Cowboys, sure, but I think it's more basketball than football.
Because of the nature of football?
Because of the nature of football.
Yeah,
because the nature of basketball.
Football crosses all demographics and all groups, whereas the NBA is more of it's more urban based in terms of, the fans are more. Football is everywhere.
Right.
Pro basketball doesn't have a huge audience in a lot of blue collar areas. Not all, but a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the way the sports have evolved. Though I would say that the Celtic fan is a blue collar fan.
Definitely.
Philly
Like
fan
Knicks,
is a blue collar fan. The
How about
Knicks
this
are a
from
blue
Jeff?
collar fan.
Jeff says, now real quick before I read Jeff. Jay says Golden State Warriors. That's a good one, especially now that they're in San Francisco. But they were in Oakland for a while, and like they have that fan base, from everything I've read, has changed radically because it used to be because you stuck with the garbage franchise for a long time,
Right.
but now it's become a Silicon Valley type fan base. But Jeff says all Denver professional teams equal white collar fan base. Had a coworker go to a Broncos game last year and said he felt like he was at a ski resort.
Oh,
interesting.
Yeah. And Denver has a lot of like transplants, which I'm guessing kind of helps with that. And
Yeah.
football is pricey.
You know what? That's not a terrible answer.
What about like baseball wise, John? Do you think there's any? Because I feel like there could be a team at least you could make an argument for.
See,
I just
Aaron
don't
says
know what that team would be.
Aaron says the Yankees, but I would disagree because
No, you got a lot of people from the Bronx is.
Yeah.
What about the Blue Jays?
Pretty.
Oh, just because it's in
Just
Canada.
Canada. Yeah. See, I can't.
I
really
just don't
speak
know
to
anything
that.
about Toronto.
I don't really either. I'm sure there is
Seattle,
a baseball
maybe?
team. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, it's
See, I think of the cities with like that type of money, like the Silicon Valley, the nerd money.
No, I wouldn't classify the Frisco Niners fan base as a white collar, a predominantly white collar fan base.
No.
Had a
They
listener.
root for curse words on shirts, though.
It's true.
Kittle, suspend him.
I had a listener suggest the Commanders.
Now that's a good one because Washington
DC.
D.C. big political town, big white collar town. Yeah, there's probably
Well, you could throw out the Nationals then, right? Washington Nationals.
Yeah.
I was going to say the Senators.
Now you have to also factor in the rest
they're
of the
the Texans
DMV because you got Maryland, you got Virginia. But yeah, that's a pretty white collar fan.
I think that's a good one. That's a really good one.
Yeah, interesting question.
See, isn't that a great? Thank you. Interesting question from the Bill Simmons subreddit. I'll scour it
but
more.
not from Bill Simmons.
Not
That's
from Bill Simmons.
That's the key.
Casey Mike says, "What is your favorite barbecue sauce? Honey, sweet, something else?" And then he says, "Still waiting for John flame out rant like yesterday. #priceless."
Oh, we already had one of those today.
Yeah, it's from Nick.
It was me.
Spicy. I like a spicy barbecue.
I do too. Now I do like sweet in my barbecue, so I like I'm not saying this is my favorite, but like the famous Dave's Texas Pit.
So
that's got a wang to it.
I'm a smoky guy. I like more of a smoky flavor, but when I have barbecue, I rarely use sauce. I like a dry rub.
Me too.
I'm
I
a
don't
dry rub
really
boy.
use sauce a whole lot. I am one
Honestly,
of those
I
people
use barbecue sauce more on things like French fries
at
or,
McDonald's with the best barbecue sauce.
right?
in the state.
Or
Nuggets.
I'll use it on pulled pork. Pulled pork
The
sandwich.
pulled pork makes sense.
I would
yeah.
agree with that.
That's about the only, or teeny weenies. That's usually the only time I'll
Yeah.
eat.
I
barbecue.
mean, there's good sauces over at Jethro's over in Des Moines. They've got some good
there is
sauce in there.
More white collar takes. First of all, salesperson Josh, I think, is a little triggered. He says Denver only white collar is a terrible take. We didn't say it's only white collar. We just
You
said that
are
they're-
wearing a collar though, Josh.
That's true. He brought up the Jazz, and Pedro says, "Hey guys, what about the Utah Jazz? They are pretty white
Well, they're white, yes,
and white collar."
yeah.
A text from the 402 says white collar fans equals the Phoenix Suns.
Oh,
Phoenix Suns.
We can ask
Again, you
Jacob
can make
Padilla
the
about
case
that. He
for
might
a
know.
lot of NBA teams, but Yeah, they're all interesting answers, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I think that's it today, right?
Yeah.
I still got a lot.
Good question, Josh.
Thank you. Thank you to me, and thank you to Bill Simmons.
You just can't thank
you're-
yourself.
We'll end on
You're
another.
welcome,
We'll end
is
on
what I
another
should've-
food one.
Okay.
You only
Popeyes.
Luke once says, "What would
My
you?
brother,
What
Luke.
would you do for a Klondike bar?"
Not a Klondike bar fan.
Klondike bars are fine, but they're mid.
I would throw it
Klondike
away.
bar, they're delicious, but you know what? Where's the damn stick?
Well, you don't need a. That's the whole point of them.
What? would
No,
you
yeah.
do
So the whole
for
point
a
is that you
Klondike
get your
bar?
hands all messy. That
Well, if you want a stick,
just
get a dilly bar, John.
Oh,
Put a
out
damn-
on messy hands. Interesting.
want a stick,
why?
get a dilly
Why?
bar.
Why do you need messy hands when you can have a stick? It's an ice cream bar. Put a damn stick in
Every
it.
time I bring up food being messy, you say, what are you, a
Oh, do you
child?"
want sticks with your ice cream sandwiches too, John?
I don't necessarily need a stick with the ice cream sandwich.
Why not?
Because the outside of the ice cream sandwich is more solid. The problem with the Klondike bar is the crunchy shell will sometimes, once you take that first bite, it starts to crack and it creates the fault lines, and pretty soon you got ice cream on your hands.
The only
Just put a damn stick in it.
I guess it depends on the Klondike bar. Like a normal one, I don't care for, but the Reese's Klondike bars,
Again, they're delicious.
John going to be triggered about
I would
that.
do some
No.
heinous things for those.
No, they're delicious. They're all good. Just put a damn stick in it. That's all.
John, that's not their bit, though.
And
That's
by
not
the
their
way,
gimmick.
dilly bars are better than Klondike bars because it's Dairy Queen.
By the way, we have a bit more information on Michigan when we return.
Oh, more of Stalions Heroes.
Uh-huh. And this actually has a little bit more on Harbaugh himself. It's from the Post of Washington.
Oh, the libs are coming after Harbaugh.
The Washington
Or are they,
Toast.
John? Or are they? We'll find out.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Kudos to him. He has brought people into, whether they know what the hell they're watching or not. He has brought more people into the college football game this year than I can ever recall.
Yeah.
And he's probably gotten people that are diehard NFL fans that don't live in an area where college football is big. They're paying attention to one team in college football, or actually one individual in college football.
Yep.
We've never seen it before. The impact of a team that is not that good doing ratings like they are. It fits for one guy.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Cloudy and mild into this evening with the temperature holding in the 60s. Showers develop tonight. A few thunder showers possible. Low temperatures staying in the lower 60s. And then morning showers on Thursday. A little late day sun and a high near 70. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska on 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like a crash on northbound 192nd at Highway 370 is causing delays. Also, we got an earlier wreck still slowing things down on northbound 60th at Northwest Radial Highway with stop-and-go traffic back to Blondo. And then delays on westbound I-80 starting at 60th going to 84th. If you're east on I-80, delays start at 72nd going to 84th. And then if you're west on Dodge, be ready for delays from 129th to at least 137th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Reason number 237 to love Fernando's.
A helpful smile in every aisle. If you know, you know.
Fernando's Pico, Queso Blanco, Artichoke Dip, and famous flour chips are now available at your local Hy-Vee. Now it's even easier to get your Fernando's fix.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Drive away with a 2024 Mazda CX-5 from Woodhouse Mazda today. Combined with standard iActive all-wheel drive and available turbo engine, this CUV provides an elevated driving experience. And right now, you can get into a Mazda CX-5 turbo model and choose 0.9% APR for 36 months, 2.9% APR for 60 months, or 3.9% APR for 72 months. Woodhouse Mazda, a drive worth experiencing. With approved credit, tax, title, and license extra when financed with Mazda Financial Services, $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires 10/31/23. See dealer for details.
If you're the kind of person who has the attitude that when you do a job, you do it right, not just one time, every single time, Congratulations. You're a rare individual, the kind of individual the Langfeld family wants to pay very well to join the awesome crew at Langfeld Overhead Door. That's because the Langfeld family believes strongly in treating their employees right. You know, doing what's right, like you do on the job. Opportunities are available now. Click langfelddoors.com. That's langfelddoors.com. Equal opportunity employer.
Whoa, Sandra. So in less than a week, you'll have
my forklift operator certificate.
And Joseph, you're quick to
respond. Yeah, with my degree in paramedicine, I'll be a
first responder. Cool. Bella, where are you off to?
Just knocking out my gen eds before
transferring to the university. Smart way to save, Bella. Get up to speed with your me time. On campus, online, on your schedule. Get started at mccneb.edu/me. Classes start December 2nd.
This is me at MCC.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
When you give to United Way of the Midlands, your caring spirit helps our neighbors in need get back on their feet and builds a stronger tomorrow for the Omaha Council Bluffs Metro. Make your gift today at unitedwaymidlands.org.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
Basically, I can't dumb down my brain enough to figure it out.
The 1620. The Zone.
Only at the end, Josh. Only at the end. All I did was type in embarrassing celebrity selfies. And Anthony.
What was number 2? What's number 2 behind Wiener?
I have no idea.
So he's the only famous person.
I don't know.
So the latest, now again, if you missed it earlier, and have you read the Richard Johnson story yet from SI about you didn't even know about the manifesto.
I didn't know about the manifesto.
I can't wait to dive into this tomorrow morning when I'm preparing for the show. So I'll read that story tomorrow. But speaking of tomorrow, by the way, we have David Ubben on, and he talked to a lot of coaches inside of college football, I believe some former ones as well, about how prevalent this actually is.
Mm-hmm.
And because they were anonymous, they spoke on it, like if this is good or this is bad. I haven't read that story either.
I am not, so I look forward to it. And David will join us tomorrow on the Grum.
So the Washington Post, this story went up a little bit ago, and another story I haven't had a chance to read just yet, but reading a couple tweets from Chris Vanini, he says the Washington Post reports the Michigan investigation began with an outside law firm which presented the NCAA with a detailed schedule of Michigan's planned sign-stealing travel and costs, among other documents. And the Post is also reporting the evidence presented did not directly link Jim Harbaugh to the sign-stealing operation, but the information was on computer drives used by Michigan coaches, including photos of supposed scouts who were students interning with the team. So again, I haven't had a chance to read the story yet. I will do that at some point. But Harbaugh, according to the Post, is reported, well, he was not directly linked to it, but stuff was on the servers.
I'm sure it'll be in the story, but how would all of this get started by a law firm?
Great question.
And this law firm apparently had access to Michigan's servers?
Interesting.
Is that what you said? Go back to the very beginning, that first tweet.
Washington Post reports that the Michigan investigation began with an outside law firm, which presented the NCAA with a detailed schedule of Michigan's planned sign-stealing travel and costs, among other documents. So they got access to documents. They got so it goes beyond just having intel. Or hearing about this. They had actual raw information that they presented the NCAA with.
Well, and
so another story to read for tomorrow's show.
If you missed it earlier, we had some audio from John U. Bacon, who is a noted author, written a lot of books about Michigan and college football. He was on The Fan in Columbus, Ohio today, and he said there is a person currently on the infractions committee who is a Michigan alum by the name of Jim Stapleton, who has been the one leaking the information, the details that we have gotten on this. He claims that Stapleton is the one that's doing it because he's inside the NCAA and he has it out for Harbaugh.
And what's his relationship again with Harbaugh?
Well, he's a Michigan grad, and Bacon says that when Harbaugh was interviewing with the Vikings or flirting with the Vikings, Stapleton was on the board of the Minnesota Vikings and was basically putting the kibosh on it.
Okay.
So he's got some kind of issue with Jim Harbaugh.
Okay.
And this guy is now, Stapleton is now on the infractions committee.
Okay.
So, of course, that's leading, I'm sure, to many people in Ann Arbor to definitely not think that there's a conspiracy afoot.
A paragraph from the Post story. In total, these people said Michigan's sign-stealing operation expected to spend, you ready for this number? It's not very big. More than $15,000 this season. $15K. Sending scouts to more than 40 games played by 10 opponents. According to the university's public salary disclosure records, Stalions, listed as an administrative specialist in the athletics department, made, again, are you ready for this number? It's low. $55,000 in 2022.
Well, he was. I mean, he may have been paying for it, but he was getting reimbursed.
No, I know, but I'm saying those are small potatoes comparatively to what this was all supposed to do. I mean, that guy had to be working crazy hours.
Oh, yeah.
And he was only getting paid $55,000. Now, at least above board. You wonder if there was, just given all of the nature of this, would it surprise you if he was getting some kickbacks on the side?
Oh, absolutely. It had to be.
Mm-hmm.
Had to be. Makes you wonder what they were paying these kids to shoot the video.
Right.
Because if you add it up, Jack Mitchell and I were talking about this on his show today, and I guessed it wouldn't surprise me if it was 20 to 25,000, because you kind of doing some math in your head, because some of these people were being flown to the sites, being put up for lodging, being reimbursed for food, and then you buy the tickets, and buying tickets in prime viewing spots to video the other team's signals, especially for big games, can't be cheap.
See, well, again, it's only $15,000 for this year. Like I can't afford that. I can't afford that much on tickets. But for this group, that's super duper cheap. $15K for a university,
right? But I was just trying to figure out the budget for what it would take to run an operation like this.
And I'm happy you kind of let us down that road, because Grant asks, is it against the rules to send a number or a member of your team rather to scout, or is this really all about sign stealing? It's illegal for them to watch games in person.
Yes, it is illegal for NCAA, for representatives of schools to go and scout opponents in person. It's been that way for 30 years.
Did you know this rule before this?
Honestly, I did not.
Yeah, because when I first heard that, I was a little surprised. Interesting. I'll be honest. I never would have expected that you couldn't have a scout at a game, because every game's on TV.
Right.
So I never would have thought it would be, that big of a thing.
Yeah.
But when you find out why, because then you can record sign stealing, because then what they're doing during the game.
Yeah. The illegal part is two-pronged. It's sending people to go scout another team in person, and using electronics to steal signs.
Yeah.
Similar to what happened with the Houston Astros. It's not illegal if Matt Rule wants to spend the entire game just staring across the field trying to decipher the sign. That's not illegal.
It's not illegal.
Just like it's not illegal to be at second base and look inside to see what the catcher is signaling. This is back before they had PitchCom, and then signal to the batter what he thought was coming. It might reek of sportsmanship, but it's not a rule.
Correct.
The actual sign stealing is not a rule, but using electronics for it and scouting in person, those are the no-nos.
Back to the Post story, and this is from Will Hobson, by the way, from the Washington Post. The outside firm's investigation began this season, these people said, and involved interviews with people knowledgeable about Michigan football scouting operations, as well as reviewing documents and videos related to sign-stealing efforts. Last Tuesday, these people said, this firm presented its evidence to top NCAA officials. The next day, the Big Ten later confirmed the NCAA informed both the conference and Michigan that it had opened an investigation. So again, people knowledgeable about Michigan football's scouting operations. There's a great question, of course, of who was involved. Like, who are these people? Who are these people?
Mm-hmm.
You know, is it former assistants? Who was their offensive coordinator back in 2021? He went to Miami.
People
thought he was going to be
Gaddis.
Gaddis. Like
Josh Gaddis.
Like he would be someone. Let me see. Is he coaching right now? He's with Maryland. That'd be interesting because in theory, I mean, they didn't need to scout against them, as you brought up yesterday or Monday, Richard Nixon. Like, you don't need to scout like that to beat Maryland, but they didn't need to do this to beat a whole lot of teams.
And apparently they didn't need it because it wasn't good against one of the teams that they played. And that coach had an opinion about it that we will have next for you in Unsportsmanlike content. Also coming up in content, one good thing about the NBA being back, Charles is back. And Nick is going to show us a prime example of good FM DJing.
Oh, no.
Oh, is he?
Yes, he is.
Oh, welcome back to the radio.
1620 The Zone's four-quarter pick'em returns. It's your chance to win $1,620. All you have to do is correctly pick 4 college or NFL games against the spread. Listen to qualify every weekday or enter online at 1620thezone.com. One lucky listener will be selected each week to make their picks live on air.
Awesome.
Go to 1620thezone.com for complete rules and contest details. It's four-quarter pick'em with 1620 The Zone.
Each home game Friday, Hy-Vee hosts the Big Red Breakfast Buffet on 1620 The Zone. Join the unauthorized Big Red Breakfast Show live from 6 to 10 with Gary Sharp and Nick Hanley, and enjoy breakfast from Hy-Vee Market Grill, featuring all your favorite breakfast food. This buffet is sure to make your day. A one-trip buffet is just $12 or all you can eat for only $15. Buffet includes scrambled eggs, party potatoes, bacon, sausage, biscuits and gravy, and assorted pastries. It's the unauthorized Big Red Breakfast at Hy-Vee home game Fridays on 1620 The Zone.
It's Halloween at Genesis Health Clubs. Join with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every month. This offer ends in just 6 days. Genesis Health Clubs has top-of-the-line equipment and the absolute best personal trainers, tennis professionals, and group fitness instructors to help keep you motivated and headed towards your fitness goals. Plus, relax in luxury afterwards with saunas, steam rooms, and fluffy towel service. Whatever your fitness needs, Genesis is here to help every step of the way, and there's nothing scary about that. This Halloween, join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month. Just 6 days left, but hurry. This offer will end before you have a chance to count your Halloween candy. It ends on Halloween and won't extend. Come to Genesis and get in the best shape of your life so you can handle anything those zombies, werewolves, and vampires throw at you. Plus, get your New Year's resolutions checked off with time to spare. Join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month. It ends on Halloween and won't extend.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
The 16th ranked Ohio State Buckeyes are coming to town to take on your undefeated and 20th ranked Omaha Mavericks hockey team Friday and Saturday at Baxter Arena. Friday is 90s night. Wear your best 90s outfit and get your tickets now by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tickets. Single game basketball tickets are now on sale. Get your men's and women's season and single game tickets now by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tickets.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Our commitment to volunteer service is one of the many things that makes Nebraska so special. Volunteers give their time, energy, and resources, and they ask for nothing in return. The Step Forward Awards ensures they're recognized for all they do. Those honored this year for the impact they've made in their communities are Beverly Hansen of Bertrand, Maddie Kuchera of Raymond, Dennis Hines of Bellevue, Robert and Helen Arnold of Crawford, Wood River Vision 2020 and Wood River, Rolane Blosser of Lincoln, Roger Peak in Omaha, Senator Mike McDonald of Omaha, and Mara Shai of Gering. Serve Nebraska thanks all nominators, nominees, and sponsors for helping us celebrate volunteerism. To learn more about the Step Forward Awards and this year's honorees, visit serve.nebraska.gov, sponsored by Serve Nebraska, aired by the Nebraska Broadcasters Association and this station.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Hey, real quick, Adrian Martinez is back on After Hours right after this show is done, and apparently they're going to do an Ask Adrian segment.
Awesome.
So be listening and get your questions in for Jimmy and Adrian. That's tonight right after the Grum.
What would you ask?
Let me think about that for a minute.
Okay.
All right.
Nick, why don't you ask us some questions?
Yesterday, Kirby Smart was asked about Michigan stealing signs.
You aware, in retrospect or at the time, of anything unusual?
No, I didn't notice anything or know anything. Nobody we talked to, warned us or any of that. I mean, I think everybody we play, they say they steal your signals. I mean, we play somebody, they always like that. They're great at stealing your signals, but what they're referencing is different than stealing them. I mean, they're coming in, they're talking about people coming to film them. That's completely different. But we've tried to, hide the signals, hold the calls, put signs up, do all that. But I was nothing I remember about the Michigan game that makes me think that.
There's nothing I remember about the Michigan game that makes me think that. Boom roasted?
It came across a lot more boom roasty in print than when we played the entire clip.
Very sad. I thought that he was a little snarky with the way he said it.
A little snooty.
But he's right. I mean, that's the best part. Michigan cheats, and they still haven't won a championship. And that's why the 97 trophy is so lonely.
But they'll get one this year, John. They'll get one in a couple.
Oh, will they get a participation trophy?
No, they'll get the trophy. They'll get the vape trophy.
God,
Mike McDaniels has his own trophy?
Hmm?
Mike McDaniels has his own trophy?
Forgot about that.
Vape coach. Your Minnesota Golden Gophers coach, PJ Fleck, said on KFAN in Minneapolis that the Floyd of Rosedale trophy spent its first night back in Minnesota at the Fleck home. Fleck added that when the U won Paul Bunyan's axe, it ended up in bed with he and the wife Heather. Are we kink shaming?
I'm not going to kink shame him. He also said that he had some nice whiskey. Props to Fleck. He can put that trophy wherever he'd like, John, as long as
you should not be sleeping with an axe.
He can just clean it,
especially next to his wife.
Isn't there a movie? My Wife Married an Axe Murderer.
Yes, apparently my wife married PJ Fleck.
My wife sleeps with axes and pigs. But enough about PJ. Good for him, sleeping with trophies.
That's all.
I know he says the only trophy I sleep with is my wife. Am I right, fellas?
Wow, objectifying women.
No, that was PJ that objectified Nick, not me. I would never do that. I would never
do that.
do
So
that.
you don't consider your wife a trophy
No,
wife?
I've said I don't objectify, John. Objectify.
Riss, you know who your friends are.
Not you.
Go Eagles.
Oh, rats.
I can't in good conscience say that.
Rats.
Jared Jones, speaking of problematic, says he will not initiate trade talks for the Cowboys as the deadline nears. Josh, Will he want to hop back in his time machine and become time traveling Jarrah late in the season to undo this quote?
I sure hope not, but I'm guessing he will. You know, why can't the Cowboys be like the Eagles and just trade for the good players?
Well, didn't they make a trade for Mr. Lance earlier this year?
I hate you so much.
No, I'm serious.
Oh, yeah, but I'm saying good players, John. You know, Howie Roseman hops on the phone and they're like, yeah, here, do you want Tom Brady? You want Tom? Yeah, why don't you have Tom Brady? And he's like, okay, cool,
Well,
thanks.
what position are you in desperate need of?
I would love. I saw an article today that mentioned some wide receivers like a Devontae Adams. I would love a Devontae Adams on the team. I saw one person mentioned Arnold Darnold. I said that'd be a lovely addition to the Cowboys.
Arnold Darnold.
You want a theory? I think Jarrah loves drafting so much.
They're good at it.
That they don't like to give up picks for players.
That's definitely a big part of this. They definitely do not want to
Jarrah
do that.
thinks he's a great drafter.
They are a good drafter. Their roster is really, really good.
Didn't he have to
they've
get
won
talked
many
out?
Super Bowls
It
because
can
of it.
still be a good roster, John.
Didn't he have to get talked out into drafting Manziel?
Yes. But that's the thing. His son has taken over more of those responsibilities, and they've been drafting. They've drafted some
The problem
really good
is
players.
Jarrah's getting so old and feeble that Steven is also going to be old and feeble. By the time Steven's actually allowed to actually run the team,
Yeah, when Jerry dies,
he'll be
R.I.P.
feeble-brained.
If
Maybe he's a lich.
I don't know what that is.
It's like a guy who steals souls to. As we discussed yesterday in a very good and very normal segment, Nebraska will open the 2025 season versus Cincinnati, and it'll be in Indianapolis. Should the Grum make the trip for some St. Elmo's and football?
Yeah, it'd be a great idea. We could stop at some breweries on the way. And do a road trip.
Whoa, we could do like in Iowa and then in Illinois and then finally in Indiana.
Mhm.
That is a killer idea.
Love it.
And deal with that weird time zone
Oh, it is.
change.
In summer, it should be late summer.
It's still central.
It's still central.
Oh.
Thank God.
Still central time.
I love this idea. John, that was a tremendous idea.
Thank you.
Great idea.
Yeah.
Friends, the math has been done. There's a way for all 7 teams in the Big Ten West to tie 4-5 overall and 3-3 within the division. How much are you rooting for this?
Of course, we love the chaos scenario. Remember a few years ago when we had SEC coin flip?
SEC coin flip.
You guys are sickos.
This
Hell
would
yeah,
be
we are.
tremendous.
Yeah.
Yes, it is actually possible that every team ends up with the exact same conference and division record. And you people, and I do mean you people, want to get rid of this division.
Yes, we do.
You sick bastards.
Thank God that Nebraska would get there with a win over Iowa. Can you imagine, John, the stress if they are 5-6 going into the Iowa game and they need a dub to get to a bowl? Take that, Nick.
Go Hawks.
No.
Iowa likes to win in really dumb ways. Just remember that.
Besides
Besides the free 3 months of NBA League Pass available now at FanDuel.com/1620.
Nice.
The other good thing about the NBA season returning is the return of Inside the NBA and Charles Barkley. Here's Sir is he knighted?
That was his nickname when he was
Oh.
a player, Sir Charles.
Here's Sir Charles on the load management.
You're making 30, 40, 50 million dollars to play basketball 4 days a week. Y'all got the best shoes, you got the best medical staff, you got these guys sleeping in chambers, you got ice baths. Man, if you can play, shut the hell up and play.
And then this wisecrack during the Warriors Suns highlights about an elderly lady cheering for the Warriors.
But look at this. She's waving the towel on the way out. And you know what? After that, what happened? Golden State went on a 25-4 run after that incident. That lady got it, Chuck. That lady's about the same age as the Warriors starters. That's... Oh, you're too much.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I agree with him. Certainly on the former one, that would get me back into the regular season if the good players were playing again. The second one was very, very funny. Also, it looked like Sister Jean. Is this a new annoying fan that I'm going to be annoyed by? The annoying old hag that roots for the Warriors?
Why do you just
Wow,
hate
why are you
old?
talking about Sip like that?
He's not a Warriors
Oh, wait,
guy.
no, he's not a Warriors guy. He's a LeBron guy.
That's true. He's a Lakers guy.
He's not into them white-collar fans of Steph Curry.
Do the last one, Nick.
Are you sure?
Yep. We only have time for one more, Nick.
And I wanted to do the next one. Often you two yahoos comment on FM radio DJs, and John makes fun of their radio voice
Yes,
and their
I do.
shtick. That
Hello.
doesn't actually exist, I might add.
Or does it?
Well, I'd like to share a probably maybe great piece of work from somebody else who works in FM music and who is a DJ.
Yep.
And show you that their work matters, hopefully, after this video.
Cool FM. Hey, do you have to worry about ticks here in southern Utah? What's the tick sitch? I was hiking with my girlfriend this weekend, and she said, "Are there ticks down here?" And I said, I don't know. Probably not. I've never been bit by boom, scabity. Here's the chili peppers.
What did I tell you?
Told you, Nick.
I knew
And
it.
you know how I know that's a real DJ? He was using Next Gen.
He was.
I recognized everything about what was going on
He was using
there.
Next Gen. That wasn't a good break.
That was hilarious.
That's exactly what they do on the FM station.
Yeah, told you.
Hey,
Nick.
why are you listening to music on your phone where you can pick whatever you want? When you listen to me and my
Nick, maybe you're doing it wrong on the cake. Maybe you should be like this incredible human
The
being.
only solace that I have in this is hoping that since he got so tongue-tied and messed up, he was just doing that as a bit. Ironically. He's doing it ironically.
What are you talking about, man? I do talk like that all the time. Hey, coming up next, we're gonna. Hey, what was that song we were talking about, Nick, earlier? And it goes.
Blank space.
We got a blank space coming up, but not Taylor Swift because it sounds really cool. Oh, 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Our Cox mobile plans are like a band. The more people you add, the better it sounds. So, add more lines to save more. Pay as low as $30 per line when you add 4 or more gig unlimited lines. It's easy. I like the sound of that. Visit cox.com/mobile. 4 lines required for $30 per line. Price max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, which are subject to change. Cox postpaid internet required. Other restrictions apply.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Here's today's Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Defensive coordinator Tony White says defensive back Marquise Buford continues to work toward playing this season.
To me, what I see from Keese is he's a ball guy. Like, you get him in the right position and you get him seeing the ball, he's going to intercept the ball. So it's fun to watch him and his progress to coming back, because now he's starting to take some more reps and get out there and move around a little bit. And he's really, he's got fresh legs. Let's be real, man. He's been rehabbing and all that stuff, but he's explosive and naturally he sees the ball. So when a DB can get himself in position and he can see the ball, man, that's you got one there. So it'll be fun to keep on progressing him and then hopefully get him out there and let him run around.
Buford can play 4 of these final 5 games and retain his red shirt. For The Zone, I'm Caleb Henry.
The Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Attention all you Husker football fans. This season, get ready to cheer on your Huskers like never before. Tickets for Less is offering an exclusive deal that'll have you jumping out of your seat. Use the promo code THEZONE and save big on Husker tickets for every game, home and away. From the electrifying home opener to intense conference matchups, Tickets for Less has you covered. Don't miss a single moment of the gridiron action. Visit ticketsforless.com today. Use promo code THEZONE and secure your seat to witness the Huskers live on the field this season. Hurry, this offer won't last forever.
Let's watch the game at DJ's. Nick Hanley here for my friends at DJ's Dugout. Football is in full swing. College football, pro football. Watch your favorite team at DJ's. Great food, great drinks, great service. Plus, DJ's casual, comfortable atmosphere and huge TV walls are an Omaha tradition. Let's watch the game at DJ's, Omaha's hometown iconic sports bar for 30 years. Locally and Vietnam veteran owned with 7 metro area locations. Dig in, ask at the dugout.
Coach Vince Ginta breaks down the Northwestern game and previews Purdue Thursday at Holy Ghost Church on 52nd and Q. Doors open at 5, program starts at 7, and it's only $10 for adults, 5 for children. Sponsored by Jones Barrel Company and Beer City.
1620 The Zone at 1620thezone.com.
Salty meat is good.
I do love salty meat.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
And you know why I'm laughing, don't you?
Now, it's time for the Unsportsmanlike Conduct Bet of the Day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You've got to be kidding.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
Yesterday, Nick and I had the Phillies in some capacity, but John
morons
had the Diamondbacks. Congrats to the 84 win Diamondbacks on making it to the World Series. I'm going to go with a prop bet in the association tonight. Give me Victor Wembanyama over 6.5 rebounds in his rookie debut against the Mavs, minus 122.
I was trying to find a Doug McDermott prop, and there's no Doug McDermott props. Very sad.
Sad.
So instead, I will go with the Miami Heat, the LA Clipped, and the Jersey Devils. Yes, a cross-sport three-team parlay.
That's hockey.
A crossover episode?
Plus 110.
That's some big faves.
Yes, they were some big favorites.
I'm going to go to college football tonight.
Oh, that's awesome. Wednesday night action.
Give me the under on UTEP and Sam Houston State, 37.5. That is minus 105.
That's 105. That is not action. That's the bet of the day, though.
Iowa.
All right, John. You have a question. Do you have a question? Remember I said come up with a question. What would you ask the guest of After Hours tonight?
I didn't think about it. I was busy.
You were busy coming up next.
That's what I will ask Adrian Martinez if I could, if I were on the show.
Well,
hey, Adrian, when you were growing up there in Fresno, you would listen to FM radio. Who was your favorite FM DJ? Did he sound like this?
Wonder how he'd react to
And
that.
he'd say, no, because I'm a youth and I listen to it on Spotify.
Yeah, he'd be like, why would I listen to FM radio when I have Spotify? And then
Yeah.
I'd say, but what about if Sports Talk was on FM radio? And he goes, that's the dream.
Yeah.
In the big cities, if you go to the big cities away from farm towns like Omaha, Sports Talk is on the FM
On
dial.
the FM dial. And we don't talk like this.
Nope.
Unless we're making fun of the FM DJs.
We have nice normal takes on the FM signal.
No radio station back home had sports talk exclusively.
Yeah, but you're from small farm towns.
Well, yeah. I mean, your station did the hog reports on the nines.
No, that was the AM station.
No,
Our
Nick,
FM just
I'm
did top
dreaming
40.
of. I want Omaha to purport to be a top 20 market in the country, and in top 20 markets they have FM sports talk. Yeah, and here we're a podunk town.
Wow, tough look for Omaha.
I see horse manure in the middle of Dodge right now.
Well, that's just the horse manure that got dumped on your car because someone doesn't like your taste.
Well, that makes sense. That was Nick earlier after the crossover.
Oh, yeah.
Made me so
hey,
mad,
check
Josh.
out that crossover. That was a gem dandy.
Or don't. That's also fine.
Coming up next, Adrian Martinez joins Jimmy Allen on After Hours.
On the AM band.
Still on AM radio. Remember, no matter where you listen to your After Hours or your program, it's still AM radio.
See you tomorrow.